Good evening, dear listener, and welcome back to the sleepy story. Tonight, the rain falls softly outside. The world grows quieter, and the night slowly wraps itself around you. So now, allow your breathing to slow. Let your shoulders relax and leave the worries of the day behind, because tonight we journey together through ancient forests, forgotten kingdoms, quiet cottages, and candlelit castles. Tonight's stories are timeless fairy tales, gentle tales of wonder, magic, kindness, and strange old worlds that seem to exist somewhere just beyond sleep. You will hear stories from the Brothers Grimm, Hans Christian Andersen, Oscar Wilde, and many more. Stories carried through generations, whispered beside fires, told beneath stormy skies, and remembered long after childhood fades. So get comfortable now, close your eyes if you wish, and let the rain, the stories, and the quiet rhythm of the night carry you gently into sleep. Our stories begin Beauty and the Beast. Once upon a time, in a far-off country, there lived a merchant who had been so fortunate in all his undertakings that he was enormously rich, as he had 6 sons and 6 daughters. However, who were accustomed to having everything they fancied, he did not find that he had a penny too much. But misfortunes befell them. One day, their house caught fire and speedily burned to the ground, with all the splendid furniture, books, pictures, gold, silver, and precious goods that it contained. The father suddenly lost every ship that he had upon the sea, either by dint of pirates, shipwreck, or fire. Then he heard that his clerks in distant countries, whom he had trusted entirely, had proved unfaithful, and at last, from great wealth, he fell into the direst poverty. All that he had left, or in a desolate place, at least 100 leagues from the town. Into this, he was forced to retreat. His children were in despair at the idea of leading such a different life. The daughters at first hoped their friends, who had been so numerous while they were rich, will insist on their staying in their houses, soon found they were left alone. Therefore, my friends even attributed their misfortunes to their own extravagance, and showed no intention of offering them any help. So nothing was left for them but to take their departure to the cottage, which stood in the midst of a dark forest and seemed to be the most dismal place on the face of the earth, as they were too poor to have any servants. The girls had to work hard, and the sons, for their part, cultivated the fields to earn their living, roughly clothed and living in the simplest way. The girls regretted unceasingly the luxuries and amusements of their former life. Only the youngest daughter tried to be brave and cheerful. She had been as sad as anyone with misfortune. First overtook their father, but soon recovering her natural deity, she set to work to make the best of things, to amuse her father and brothers as well as she could, and to persuade her sisters to join her in dancing and singing. But they would do nothing of the sort, because she was not as doleful as themselves. They declared this miserable life was all she was fit for, but she was really far prettier, cleverer than they were. She was so lovely. She was always called Beauty. After 2 years, when they were all beginning to get used to their new life, their father received news that one of his ships, which he had believed lost, had come safely into port with a rich cargo. All the sons and daughters at once thought their poverty was at an end and wanted to set out directly for the town. But their father, who was more prudent, begged them to wait a little. And though it was harvest time, and he could ill be spared, determined to go himself to make inquiries. Only the youngest daughter had any doubt that they would soon again be as rich as they were before. They all loaded their father with commissions for jewels and dresses, which it would have taken a fortune to buy. Only Beauty, feeling sure it was of no use, did not ask for anything. Her father, noticing her silence, said, "And what shall I bring for you, Beauty? The only thing I wish for is to see you. Come home safely," if she answered. But this reply, thanks to her sisters, who fancied she was blaming them for having asked for such costly things. Her father, however, was pleased, as he thought that at her age he certainly ought to like pretty presents. He told her to choose something. "Well, dear father," she said, "as you insist upon it, I beg that you will bring me a rose. I have not seen one since we came here, and I love them so much." The merchant reached town as quickly as possible, only to find that his former companions, believing him to be dead, had divided his cargo between them. After 6 months of trouble and expense, he found himself as poor as when he started on his journey. To make matters worse, he was obliged to return in the most terrible weather. By the time he was within a few leagues of his home, he was almost exhausted with cold and fatigue, though he knew it would take some hours to get through the forest. He resolved to go on. At night overtook him, and the deep snow and the bitter frost made it possible for his horse to carry him any further. Not 2 houses was to be seen. The only shelter he could get was the hollow trunk of a great tree, and there he crouched all the night, which seemed to him the longest that he had ever known. The howling of the wolves kept him awake, and when at last day broke, the falling snow had covered every path, and he did not know which way to turn. At length, He made out some sort of path, but it was so rough and slippery that he fell down more than once. Presently, it led him into an avenue of trees which ended in a splendid castle. It seemed to the merchant very strange that no snow had fallen. In the avenue of orange trees covered with flowers and fruit, the first court of the castle he saw before him a flight of agate steps. He went up them and passed through several splendidly furnished rooms. Pleasant warmth of the air revived him, and he felt very hungry. But there seemed to be nobody in all this vast and splendid palace. Silence reigned everywhere, and at last, tired of roaming through empty rooms and galleries, he stopped in a room smaller than the rest, where a clear fire was burning, and a couch was drawn up closely before. Thinking this must be prepared for someone who was expected, he sat down to wait till he should come, and very soon fell into a sweet sleep. When his extreme hunger awakened him, after several hours, he was still alone, but a little table with a good dinner on. It had been drawn up close to him. He lost no time in beginning his meal, hoping he might soon thank his considerate host, whoever it may be. No one appeared, and even after another long sleep, from which he awoke, completely refreshed, there was no sign of anybody. There were fresh meal of dainty cakes, and fruit was prepared upon the little table at his elbow, because he was naturally timid. A silence began to terrify him, and he resolved to search once more through all the rooms. It was of no use. There was no sign of life in the palace. He wondered what he should do to amuse himself. He began pretending that all the treasures he saw were his own, considering how he would divide them among his children. Then he went down into the garden, and though it was winter everywhere else, here the sun shone, the birds sang, the flowers bloomed, soft and sweet. The merchant in ecstasies with all he saw and heard said to himself, "This must be meant for me. I will go this minute and bring my children to share all these delights." In spite of being so cold and weary, when he reached the castle, he had taken his horse to the stable and fed it. Now he thought he would settle it for his homework journey, and he turned down the path which led to the stable. This path had a hedge of roses on each side of it, match, and thought he had never seen such exquisite flowers. They reminded him of his promise to Beauty, and he stopped, and had just gathered one to take to her, when he was startled by a strange noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a frightful beast, which seemed to be very angry, and said in a terrible voice, "Who told you you might gather my roses? Was it not enough that I sheltered you in my palace and was kind to you? This is the way you show your gratitude, by stealing my flowers. Your insolence shall not go unpunished. The merchant, terrified by these furious words, dropped the fatal rose. Throwing himself on his knees, he cried, "Pardon me, noble sir. I am truly grateful of your hospitality, which was so magnificent I could not imagine you would be offended by my taking such a little thing as a rose." Was not lessened by his speech. "You are very ready with excuses and flattering," he cried. That will not save you from the death you deserve." The last thought. The merchant. If my daughter Beauty could only know into what danger her rose has brought me. And in despair, he began to tell the beast all his misfortunes, the reason for his journey, not forgetting to mention Beauty's request. King's ransom would hardly have procured all that by the daughters asked for, he said, "But I thought I might at least take Beauty a rose. I beg you to forgive me, for you see I meant no harm." The beast said in a less furious term, "I will forgive you on one condition, that you will give me one of your daughters. Create the merchant, if I were cool enough to buy my own life at the expense of one of my children's. What excuse could I invent to bring her here?" And answered the beast, "If she comes at all, she must come willingly. On no other condition will I have her. See if any of them is courageous enough and loves you enough to come and save your life. You seem to be an honest man, so I will trust you to go home. I give you a month to see if any of your daughters will come back with you and stay here. You go free. If none of them is willing, you must come alone, after bidding them goodbye forever, for then you will belong to me, and do not imagine that you can hide from me, for if you fail to keep your word, I will come and fetch you," added the beast. The merchant accepted this proposal, though he did not really think that any of his daughters would be persuaded to come. He promised to return at the time appointed, and, anxious to escape from the presence of the beast, he asked permission to set off at once. But the beast answered he could not go until the next day. "Then you will find a horse ready for you," he said. "Now go and eat your supper and await my orders." The poor merchant, more dead than alive, went back to his room, where the most delicious supper was already served on a little table, drawn up before a blazing fire. But he was too terrified to eat only, tasted a few of the dishes, for fear the beast, if he did not obey his orders. When he had finished, he heard a great noise in the next room, which he knew meant that the beast was coming. He could do nothing to escape his visit. The only thing that remained was to seem as little afraid as possible. So when the beast appeared and asked, roughly, if he had sucked well, the merchant answered humbly that he had, thanks to his host's kindness. Then the beast warned him to remember their agreement and to prepare his daughter exactly for what she had to expect. Do not get up tomorrow, he added, until you see the sun and hear a golden bell ring. Then you will find your breakfast waiting for you in the horse that you were to ride will be ready in the courtyard. He will also bring you back again when you come with your daughter a month hence. Farewell. Take a rose to Beauty and remember your promise. The merchant lay down until the sun rose. After breakfast, he went to gather Beauty's rose and mounted his horse, which carried him off so swiftly. But in an instant, he had lost sight of the palace. He was still wrapped in gloomy thoughts when the horse stopped before the door of his cottage. His sons and daughters, who had been uneasy at his long absence, rushed to meet him, eager to know the results of his journey, which, seeing him mounted upon a splendid horse and wrapped in a rich mantle, they supposed to be favorable. But he hid the truth from them at first, only saying sadly to Beauty as he gave her the rose, "Here is what you asked me to bring you. Little you know what it has cost." This excited their curiosity so greatly. Presently, he told them his adventures from beginning to end, and then they were all very unhappy. The girls lamented loudly over their lost hopes, and the sons declared their father should not return to the terrible castle, began to make plans for killing the beast if it should come to fetch him. He reminded them he had promised to go back. Then the girls were very angry with Beauty and said it was all her fault. If she had asked for something sensible, this would never have happened. Poor Beauty, much distressed, said to them, "I have indeed caused this misfortune. Two could have guessed that to ask for a rose in the middle of summer caused so much misery. But as I did the mischief, it is only just that I should suffer for it. I will therefore go back with my father to keep his promise." At first, nobody would hear of it. Her father and brothers, who loved her dearly, declared nothing should make them let her go. The Beauty was firm. Time drew near. She divided her little possessions between her sisters and said goodbye to everything she loved. When the fatal day came, she encouraged and cheered her father as they mounted together the horse which had brought him back. It seemed to fly rather than gallop so smoothly that Beauty was not frightened. Indeed, she would have enjoyed the journey. She had not feared what might happen. The end of it. Her father still tried to persuade her to go back, but in vain. While they were talking, the night fell. Then, to their great surprise, wonderful colored lights began to shine in all directions, and landed fireworks blazed out before them. All the forest was illuminated, though it had been bitterly cold before. They reached the avenue of orange trees and saw that the palace was brilliantly lighted from roof to ground. and music sounded softly in the courtyard. "The beast must be very hungry," said Beauty, trying to laugh, "if he makes all this rejoicing over the arrival of his prey." But in spite of her anxiety, she admired all of the wonderful things she saw. When they had dismounted, her father led her to the little room that he had been in before. Here, they found a splendid fire burning, and the table faintly spread with a delicious supper. The merchant knew that this was meant for them, and it's frightened now that she had passed through so many rooms and seen nothing of the beast. It's quite willing to begin, but her long ride had made her very hungry. They had hardly finished their meal when the noise of the beast's footsteps was heard approaching. Beauty clung to her father in terror, the greater when she saw how frightened he was. The beast really appeared, though she trembled at the sight of him. Great effort to hide her horror, saluted him respectfully. This evidently pleased the beast. After looking at her, he said in a tone that might have struck terror into the oldest heart, though he did not seem to be angry. "Good evening, old man." "Good evening, Beauty." The merchant was too terrified to reply, but Beauty answered sweetly, "Good evening, beast. You'll come willingly. Ask the beast, will you be content to stay here when your father goes away?" Ruthie answered bravely that she was quite prepared to stay. "I'm pleased with you so," the beast. "As you have come of your own accord, you may remain. As for you, old man," he added, turning to the merchant, "at sunrise tomorrow, you take your departure. When the bell rings, get up quickly and eat your breakfast, and you will find the same horse waiting to take you home. But remember, you must never expect to see my palace again." Turning to Beauty, he said, "Take your father into the next room and help him choose gifts for your brothers and sisters. You will find 2 traveling trunks there. Fill them as full as you can. It is only just that you should send them something very precious as remembrance." You went away after saying, "Goodbye, Beauty." "Goodbye, old man." Beauty was beginning to think with great dismay of her father's departure. She was afraid to disobey the beast's orders. They went into the next room, which had shelves and cupboards all around it, were greatly surprised at the riches that it contained. There was splendid dresses fit for a queen, with all the ornaments to be worn with them. When Beauty opened the cupboard, she was dazzled by the gorgeous jewels lying in heaps upon every shelf. After choosing a vast quantity, which she had divided between her sisters, she had made the heap of wonderful dresses for each of them. She opened the last chest, which was full gold. "I think, father," she said, "as the gold will be more useful to you, we had better take out the other things and fill the trunks with it." So they did this. But the more they put in, the more room there seemed to be, and At last they put back all the jewels and dresses that they had taken out, and Beauty even added as many more of the jewels as she could carry at once, even when the trunks were not too full. But they were so heavy, an elephant could not have carried them. "The beast was mocking us," cried the merchant. "He pretended to give us all these things, knowing I could not carry them away. Let us wait and see." Answer Beauty, "I cannot believe that he meant to deceive us. All we can do is fasten them up and have them ready." So they did this and returned to the little room where, to their astonishment, they found breakfast ready. The merchant ate with his good appetite, as the beast's generosity made him believe he might perhaps venture to come back soon and see Beauty. But she felt sure that her father was leaving her forever, so she was very sad when the bell rang sharply for the second time and warned them that at the time was come for them to part. They went down into the courtyard where 2 horses were waiting, one loaded with the 2 trunks. They were pouring the ground in their impatience to start in the merchant bay. Beauty a hasty farewell. As soon as he was mounted, he went off at such a pace she lost sight of him in an instant. Then Beauty began to cry and wandered sadly back to her own room. But she soon found that she was very sleepy, and as she had nothing better to do, she lay down and instantly fell asleep. She dreamed she was walking by a brook border-ed trees, lamenting her sad fate, when a young prince, handsomer than anyone that she had ever seen, with a voice that went straight to her heart, came and said to her, "Beauty, you were not so unfortunate as you suppose. Here you will be rewarded for all you have suffered elsewhere. For every wish shall be gratified. Only try to find me out, matter how I may be disguised. For I love you dearly, and then making me happy, you will find your own happiness. Be as true-hearted as you are beautiful. We shall have nothing else left to wish. For what can I do, Prince, to make you happy?" said Beauty. "Only be grateful," he answered, "and do not trust too much to your eyes. Above all, do not desert me till you have saved me from my cruel misery." After this, she thought she found herself in a room with a stately and beautiful lady who said to her, "Dear Beauty, try not to regret all that you have left behind you. You are destined for a better fate. Only do not let yourself be deceived by appearances." Beauty found her dreams so interesting that she was in no hurry to awake. But presently, the clock roused her by calling her name softly 12 times. Then she rose and found her dressing table set out with everything she could possibly want. She found dinner waiting in the room next to us. But dinner does not take very long when one is alone, and very soon she sat down cozily and began to think about the charming prince that she had seen in her dream. He said, "I could make him happy," he said. Beauty to herself. Seems then that this horrible beast keeps him a prisoner. How can I set him free? I wonder why they both told me not to. Trust appearances. But after all, it was only a dream. So why should I trouble myself about it? I better find something to do to amuse myself. She began to explore some of the many rooms of the palace. The first she entered was lined with mirrors. UT saw herself reflected on every side and thought she had never seen such a charming room. Then a bracelet, which was hanging from a chandelier, caught her eye. On taking it down, she was greatly surprised to find that it held a portrait of her unknown admirer, just she had seen in her dream. With a great delight, she slipped the bracelet on her arm and went into a gallery of pictures, where she soon found a portrait of the same handsome prince, as large as life, and so well painted that as she studied it, seemed to smile kindly at her, tearing herself away from the portrait. At last she passed into a room which contained every musical instrument under the sun. Here she amused herself for a long while, singing, and he was tired. The next room was a library, and she saw everything she had ever wanted to read, as well as everything that she had read. By this time it was growing dusk, and wax candles in diamond and ruby. Candlesticks lit themselves in every room. Beauty found her supersed just at the time she preferred to have it, did not see anyone or hear a sound. Though her father had warned her she would be alone, she began to find it rather dull. Presently, she heard the beast coming and wondered tremblingly. He meant to eat her now. However, he did not seem at all ferocious, and only said gruffly, "Good evening, Beauty." She answered cheerfully and managed to conceal her terror. The beast asked how she had been amusing herself. She told him all the rooms that she had seen. Then he asked if she thought she could be happy in his palace. Beauty answered that everything was so beautiful she would be very hard to please if she could not be happy. After about an hour's talk, UT began to think the beast was not nearly so terrible as she had supposed at first. Then he rose to leave her and said in a gruff voice, "Do you love me, Beauty? Will you marry me?" "But what shall I say?" cried Beauty. She was afraid to make the beast angry by refusing. Say yes or no. Without fear, he replied. "Oh no?" Beast said. Beauty hastily, "Since you will not." "Good night, Beauty," she answered. "Good night, Beast." Very glad to find her refusal had not provoked him. After he was gone, she was very soon in bed and dreaming of her unknown prince. He thought that he came and said, "Why are you so unkind to me? I fear I am fated to be unhappy for many. A long day still. Her dreams changed, but the charming prince figured in them all. When morning came, her first thought was to look at the portrait and see if it really was him. Found it certainly was. She decided to amuse herself in the garden, for the sunshine and all the fountains were playing. She was astonished to find that every place was familiar to her. Presently, she came to the very brook and the marital trees where she had first met the prince in her dream. That made her think more than ever that he must be kept prisoner by the beast. She was tired. She went back to the palace and found a new room full of materials for every kind of work. Ribbons to make into bows and silks to work into flowers. There was an aviary full of birds, rare birds, which were so tame that they flew to Beauty as soon as they saw her, perched upon her shoulders and her head. "Pretty little creatures," she said, "how I wish your cage was nearer my room, that I might often hear you sing." So saying, she opened a door and found two. Her delight, it led into her own room, that she had thought that it was on the other side of the palace. There were more birds in a room further, on parrots, cockatoos that could talk, and they greeted Beauty by name. Indeed, she found them so entertaining that she took one or two back to her room. They talked to her while she was at supper. The beast paid her his usual visit, asked the same questions as before, and, with a gruff good night, took his departure. Beauty went to bed to dream of her mysterious prince. The days passed swiftly and different amusements, and after a while, Beauty found another strange thing in the palace, which often pleased her when she was tired of being alone. There was one room which she had not noticed particularly. It was empty, except that under each of the windows stood a very comfortable chair. The first time she had looked out the window, it seemed a black curtain prevented her from seeing anything outside. The second time, she went into the room, happening to be tired. She sat down in one of the chairs. Instantly, the curtain was rolled aside, and a most amusing pantomime was active. Before her, there were dances and colored lights, music, and pretty dresses, and it was also a gay that Beauty was in ecstasies. After that, she tried the other 7 windows in turn. New and surprising entertainment to be seen from each of them, so Beauty could never feel lonely anymore. Every evening after supper, the beast came to see her, and always before saying "Good night," asked her in his terrible voice, "Beauty, will you marry me?" And it seemed to Beauty now that she understood him better, but when she said "No, beast," he went away quite sad. Happy dreams of the handsome young prince soon made her forget the poor beast and the only thing that disturbed her was being told to distrust appearances, select her heart, guide her, not her eyes. Consider as she would, she could not understand. So everything went on for a long time, until at last, happy as she was, Beauty began to long for the sight of her father, for her brothers and sisters. One night, seeing her look very sad, the Beast asked her what was the matter. Beauty had quite ceased to be afraid of him. Now she knew he was really gentle in spite of his ferocious looks and his dreadful voice. So she answered, she wished to see her home once more. Upon hearing this, the Beast seemed sadly distressed and cried miserably, Beauty, have you the heart to desert an unhappy beast like this? What more do you want to make you happy? Is it because you hate me? Do you want to escape? No, dear Beast. Answer, Beauty softly, I do not hate you, and I should be very sorry never to see you anymore. But I long to see my father again. Only let me go for 2 months, and I promise to come back to you and stay for the rest of my life. The Beast, who had been sighing dolefully while she spoke, replied, I cannot refuse you of anything you ask, even though it should cost me my life. Take the 4 boxes you'll find in the room next to your own and fill them with everything you wish to take with you. Back when the 2 months are over, you may have caused a repented, for if you do not come in good time, you will find your faithful beast dead. You will not need any chariot to bring you back. Only say goodbye to all your brothers and sisters the night before you come away. When you have gone to bed, turn this ring round upon your finger and say, Family, I wish to go back to my palace and see my beast. Beast, good night, Beauty. You're nothing. Sleep peacefully. Before long, you shall see your father once more. As soon as Beauty was alone, she hastened to fill the boxes with all the rare and precious things she saw about her. And only when she was tired of heaping things into them did they seem to be full. She went to bed, but could hardly sleep for joy when at last she began to dream of her beloved prince. She was grieved to see him stretched upon a grassy bank, sad and weary, hardly like himself. What's the matter? She cried. But he looked at her approachfully, said, How can you ask me, cruel one? Are you not leaving me to my death? Perhaps. Don't be so sorrowful. Cry, Beauty. I am only going to assure my father I am safe and happy. I've promised the beast faithfully that I will come back, and he would die of grief if I did not keep my word. What would that matter to you? Ask the prince. Surely you would not care. Indeed, I should be ungrateful if I did not care for such a kind beast, cried Beauty indignantly. I would die to save him from pain. I assure you, it is not his fault that he is so ugly. Just then, a very strange sound about her someone was speaking not very far away, and opening her eyes, she found herself in room that she had not seen before, was certainly not as splendid as those that she had seen in the beast's palace. Where could she be? She rose and dressed hastily, and saw that the boxes she packed the night before were all in the room. Suddenly, she heard her father's voice and rushed out to greet him joyfully. Her brothers and sisters were astonished at her appearance, for they had never expected to see her again. There's no end to the questions that they asked her. She also had much to hear about what had happened to them while she was away, and of her father's journey home, when they heard that she had only come back to be with them for a short time, and must go back to the beast's palace forever. They lamented loudly. Beauty asked her father what he thought of her strange dreams, why the prince constantly begged her not to trust appearances. After much consideration, he answered, "You tell me yourself the beast, frightful as he is, loves you dearly and deserves your love and gratitude for his gentleness and kindness. I think the prince must mean you to understand that you ought to reward him by doing as he wishes." Spite of his ugliness, Beauty could not help seeing that this seemed probable. Still, when she thought of her dear prince, who was so handsome, she did not feel at all inclined to marry the beast. At any rate, she need knocked aside for 2 months. She could instead enjoy herself with her sisters. But though they were rich now and lived in a town again and had plenty of acquaintances, she often thought of the palace. But she was so happy, especially as at home she never once dreamed of her dear prince. She felt quite sad without him. Her sisters seemed quite used to being without her, and even found her rather in the way, so she would not have been sorry when the 2 months were over. But for her father and brothers, who begged her to stay and seemed so grieved at the thought of her departure, she had not the courage to say goodbye to them. Every day when she rose, she meant to say, "At night," and when night came, she put it off again. To the last, she had a dismal dream, which helped her make up her mind. She thought she was wandering in a lonely path in the palace gardens. She heard groans and seemed to come from bushes hiding the entrance of a cave. Running quickly to see what could be the matter, she found the beast stretched out upon his side, apparently dying. He reproached her faintly, it being the cause of his distress, and at the same moment a stately lady appeared and said gravely, "Beauty, see what happens when people do not keep their promises. If you had delayed 1 more day, you would have found him dead." Beauty was so terrified by this dream that the next morning she announced her intention of going back at once. That very evening, she said goodbye to her father, her brothers, her sisters, and as soon as she was in bed, she turned her ring upon her finger and said firmly, "I wish to go back to my palace and see my beast again." She fell asleep the clock saying, "Beauty," 12 times in its musical voice, which told her she was really in the palace. Once more, everything was just as before. Her birds were so glad to see her. But Beauty thought she had never known such a long day. She was so anxious to see the beast again that she felt as if supper time would never come. But when it came, Obese appeared, after listening and waiting for a long time. She ran down into the garden to search for him, up and down the parts and avenues around, poor Beauty calling him. No one answered. Not a trace of him could she find. At last, quite tired, she stopped for a minute's rest and saw she was standing opposite the shady path that she had seen in her dream. She rushed down in. Sure enough, there was a cave, and in it lay the beast asleep. Also, Beauty thought, quite glad to have found him. She ran up and stroked his head. To her horror, he did not move or open his eyes. "He is dead. That's all my fault," cried Beauty, crying bitterly. Looking at him again, she fancied that he still breathed. Hastily fetching some water from the nearest fountain, she sprinkled it over his face, and to her great delight, he began to revive. "Beast, how you frightened me," she cried. I never knew how much I loved you until just now, when I feared I was too late to save your life. Can you really love such an ugly creature as I am?" asked the beast faintly. "Beauty, hero, came only just in time. I was dying because I thought that you had forgotten your promise. But go back now and rest. I shall see you again." Beauty, who would half expected he would be angry with her, was reassured by his gentle voice and went back to the palace, where supper was awaiting her. Afterwards, the beast came in as usual and talked about the time she spent with her father, asking if she enjoyed herself, if they had all been glad to see her. UT quite enjoyed telling him all that had happened to her. When at last the time came for him to go, he asked as he had so often asked before, "Beauty, will you marry me?" She answered softly, "Yes, dear beast." As she spoke, a blaze of light sprang up before the windows of the palace. Fireworks crackled and gunned across the avenue of orange trees. In letters all made of fireflies was written, "Long live the prince and his bride." Turning to ask the beast what it could all mean, Beauty found that he had disappeared. In his place stood her long-loved prince. At the same moment, the wheels of a chariot were heard upon the terrace, and two ladies entered the room. One of them, Beauty recognized as the stately lady that she had seen in her dreams. The other was so queenly that Beauty hardly knew which to greet first, but the one she already knew said to her companion, "Well, Queen, this is Beauty who has had the courage to rescue your son from the terrible enchantment. They love each other, and only your consent to their marriage is wanting to make them perfectly happy." "I consent with all my heart," cried the Queen. "How can I ever thank you enough, charming girl? Having restored my dear son to his natural form." She tenderly embraced Beauty and the Prince, who had meanwhile been greeting the fairy and receiving her. "Congratulations," now said Fairy to the Beauty. "I suppose he would like me to send for all your brothers and sisters to dance at your wedding." He did, and the marriage was celebrated very next day, but the utmost splendor. Beauty and the Prince lived happily ever after. The end. Hans Christian Andersen's The Fir Tree. Out in the forest stood such a charming fir tree. It was in a good spot where it could get sunshine, and there was plenty of air. All around grew scores of bigger companions, both firs and Put the little fir tree was so eager to grow up that it didn't think about the warm sun or the fresh air. It didn't pay attention to the farm children who walked past, chattering whenever they were out, gathering strawberries or raspberries. Often they would come by with a whole picture full, or they would have strawberries threaded on a piece of straw. Then they would sit down near the little tree and say, "Oh, how charming and little it is." And that's not at all what the tree wanted to hear. The following year, it was a full-length toilet, and the year after that, another. On a fir tree, you can tell how many years it has been by how many layers of branches it has. "Oh, if only I were a big tree like the others," sighed the little tree. "Then I could spread out my branches all around, and from the top I could gaze out on the wide world. The birds would build nests in my branches, and when the wind blew, I could not so grandly like all the others." The tree took no pleasure in the sunshine and the birds, or in the crimson clouds that sail, and evening, when it was winter, and the snow lay all around, glittering light. The hare often came rounding along and sprang right over the little tree. Oh, how annoying that was. 2 winters passed, and by the third, the tree was so tall that the hare had to go around it, all to grow and to get bigger and older. That is the only lovely thing in this world, thought the tree. In the autumn, the woodcutters would always appear to chop down some of the biggest trees. It happened every year, and the young fir tree, which was now quite grown up, would start trembling, because the tall, magnificent trees would topple to the ground with a groan, a crash, Their branches would be cut off, and they looked so naked, tall and slender. They were almost beyond. But then they were loaded onto wagon, and horses carried them away, out of the forest. Where were they going? What was in store for them? In the spring, when the swallow and the stalk appeared, the tree asked them, "Do you know where they were taken? Have you seen them?" The swallows didn't know anything, but the stork looked thoughtful, nodded his head, and said, "Oh yes, I think so. I met many new ships as I flew here from Egypt. On the ships were magnificent mast trees, and adventure, to say they were yours. They smelled afar. I bring you many greetings, how they swaggered and swayed. Oh, if only I too were big enough to fly. Across the sea, what's the sea like? Anyway, how does it look? Well, it's much too complicated to describe," said the stalking, flew off. "Enjoy your youth," said the rays of sunlight. "Enjoy your fresh growth and the young life inside you." The wind kissed the tree. The dew shed tears over it. But the fir tree did not understand. When Christmas time came, quite young trees were felled, trees that were often not even as tall or as old as the fir tree, which could never find any peace, but was always eager to be off. These young trees, they were the most beautiful of all. They always kept their branches. They were loaded onto wagons and horses, carried them away out of the forest. "Where are they going?" asked the third tree. "They're no bigger than I am, but there was even one that was much smaller. Why do they keep all their branches, and where are they being taken?" We know," chirped the sparrows. In town he looked in the windows. "You know. They end up in the greatest splendor and glory that you could ever imagine. We've looked in the windows, and we've seen them. They're planted in the middle of the warm parlor, decorated with the loveliest things, gilded apples, gingerbread toys, hundreds of candles." Then asked the fir tree all of its branches are quiver. "And then what happens next?" "Well, that's all we saw, but nothing could match it. Maybe I was meant to take this glorious path. Rejoice, the fir tree. It's even better than going across the Wisua. See, what's an agony of a longing? If only it was Christmas. Now I am as tall and broad as the others that were carried off last year. If only I were on that weapon right now. If only I were in that warm parlor with all that splendor and glory. And then, well then, something even better is bound to happen. Something even more wonderful. Why would they decorate me like that? Otherwise, something even grander, even more glorious is bound to happen. But what, oh? I'm suffering how I yearn. I just don't know what's come over me. Take pleasure in US. Set the air and the sunlight. Take pleasure in your fresh youth out in the open. The fir tree felt no pleasure at all. It grew and grew, both winter and summer. It was green dark, green. It stood there Everyone who saw it said, "That's a lovely tree." And at Christmas, it was the very first to be cut down. The axe bit deep into its marrow. The tree fell to the ground with a sigh. It felt a pain, a weakness. It couldn't even think about happiness. It was sad to part with its home, the spot where it had sprouted up. But the tree realized that it would never see its dear old companions again. The small shrubs and flowers all around, maybe not even the birds. Leaving was certainly not. The tree didn't recover until it was unloaded in a courtyard with all the other trees. And it heard a man say, "That one is magnificent. That's the one we want." 2 servants came and carried the fir tree into an enormous, beautiful room. Portraits hung on all the walls. Next to the large wood stove stood big Chinese vases, the lions on the lids. There were rocking chairs and silk-covered sofas, big tables covered with picture books, and the fir tree was set in a large wooden tub filled with sand. But no one could tell that it was a wooden tub because green fabric was wrapped all around it. The tub stood on top of a big, colorful carpet. Oh, how the tree trembled. What was going to happen next? The servants and the maids proceeded to decorate the tree. On one branch, they hung little woven baskets cut from colored paper. Which basket was filled with sweets? Gilded apples and walnuts hung on the tree as if they had grown there. More than 100 little candles, red and blue and white, fastened to the branches. Dolls that looked as lifelike as human beings. The tree had never seen anything before. At the very top, they put a big star made from shiny gold paper. It was magnificent, quite incomparably magnificent. Tonight, they all said, "Tonight the tree will shine." Oh, thought the tree, if only it were evening. If only they would light the candles soon. What will happen after that? Will trees come from the forest and look at me? Will the sparrows fly past the window? Will I take root and stand here, decorate it like this all winter and summer long? Oh yes, the tree thought. It knew all about it. It had a terrible bark ache from sheer yearning, and bark aches are just as bad for trees. Headaches are for the rest of us. Finally, the candles were lit. What splendor! What magnificence! Every branch of the tree trembled so much that one of the candles set fire to the bough. How it stung! God help us! Shrieks the maids as they hastily put out the fire. Now the tree didn't even dare to tremble. How awful! It was so afraid of losing any of its finery. It was quite bedazzled by all of the splendor. And then the double doors flew open and a crowd of children rushed in as if they were about to topple the whole tree. The grown-ups followed more severely. The children stood to silence me for a moment. Then they began shouting again so that their voices echoed through the room. They danced around the tree, and one present after the other was plucked from the branches. What are they doing? Thought the tree. What's going to happen? And the candles burned all the way down. And as they burned down, they were put out. And the children were allowed to plunder the tree. How they rushed at it, making all of the branches groan. If the tree hadn't been tied to the ceiling by its top, and the gold star, it would have toppled right over. The children danced around with their splendid toys, and no one paid any attention to the tree, except for the old nursemaid. He walks around it, peering in among the branches. But she was only checking to see that not a fig or an apple had been overlooked. A story, shouted the children, pulling a stout little man over to the tree. He sat down right underneath him. Because we're out in the forest, he told them, and it may do the trees some good to listen along, but I'm only going to tell you one story. Do you want to hear the one about IT, or the one about Clumper Dumper, who fell down the stairs, but still ended up on the throne and won the hand of the princess? Some of the children, the others, they shouted and shrieked, and only Fir Tree stood. Silence. Thought, I get to take part. Won't take it to do anything. It had been part of the celebration. After all, it had done what it was supposed to do. The man told of Clumper Dumper, who fell down the stairs, but ended up on the throne and won the hand of the princess. The children clapped their hands and shouted, "Tell us more. Tell us more." They wanted to hear the one about it too, but he would only tell them the story about Clumpa-Dumpa. The fir tree stood quite still and pensive. The birds in the forest had never mentioned anything like this. Fell down the stairs and yet won the hand of the princess. Well, so that's the way the things are out in the world, thought the fir tree, leaving it all to be true. Because such a nice man told the story. Well, who knows, maybe I too will fall down the stairs and win the princess. The fire tree looked forward to the next day, when it would be adorned with candles, toys, gold, and fruit. Tomorrow I won't tremble, it thought. I will fully enjoy all my glory. Tomorrow I'll hear the story about Clumpy Dumper again. Maybe the one about Ickit Yakety too. The tree stood still and pensive in the morning. It's been a maid came into the room. Now the finery is going to start again, thought the tree. They dragged it out of the parlor, up the stairs to the attic, and there, in a dark corner, no daylight. Does this mean, thought the tree, I wonder what I'm supposed to do here. I wonder what I'm going to hear now. It leaned against the wall and stood there, thinking and thinking, and it had plenty of time for that, because day after day and night after night went by and no one came up to the attic. When someone finally did, it was only to put some large boxes in the corner. Tree stood quite hidden. You would almost think that it had been completely for. Now it's winter. Outside, thought the tree. The ground is hard and covered with snow. The people wouldn't be able to plant me. No doubt that's why I'm standing here, safe indoors, until springtime. What a good plan. How kind the people are. If only it wasn't so dark in here and so terribly lonely. It's not even a little hare it was. It was nice out there in the forest when the snow lay on the ground and the hare came running past. Yes, even when it leapt right over me. I didn't like it much at the time, but here it's terribly lonely. Squeak, squeak, said a little mouse at the very moment and came scurrying, and then another little mouse appeared. They sniffed at the fir tree and scurried in and out of its branches. It's awfully cold, said the little mice, but otherwise it's quite blissful to be here. Don't you agree, you old fir tree? Well, I'm not old at all, said the fir tree. There are plenty of trees that are much older than I am. Where did you come from? Asked the mice. And what do you know? They were awfully curious. Tell us about the loveliest place on Earth. Have you ever been there? Have you been in the pantry where the cheeses are, lined up on the shelves, and the hams hang from ceilings, where you can dance on tallow candles, where you go in skinny, but you come out fat? I don't know that place, said the tree, but I do know the forest, and the sun shines, and the birds sing. The tree told them all about its youth. The little mice had never heard anything like that before. They listened closely and said, "You've seen so much. How happy you've been." "Me," said the fir tree, "thinking about everything I had just described. Yes, I suppose those were quite delightful days after all." The tree told them about Christmas Eve, when it was decorated with candles. "Oh," said the little mice, "how happy you've been, you old fir tree." "I'm not old at all," said the tree it was. "Only this winter that I came here. I'm in the prime of my life. I've just stopped growing." "How wonderful you described things," said the little mice. The following night, they brought along 4 other little mice who wanted to hear what the tree had to tell. The more the tree told them, the more clearly it remembered everything, and it thought it was actually were a quite enjoyable days. But can come again, they can come again. Clumper Dumper fell down the stairs, but the hand of the princess. Maybe I too can win a princess. Fir tree thought about her charming little birch tree that grew out in the forest. For the fir tree, the birch was a real and lovely princess. Asked the little mice. The fir tree told them the whole story. It could remember every single word. The little mice were ready to run all the way to the top of the tree out of sheer glee. The next night, many more mice came And on Sunday, there were even 2 rats. But they said the story wasn't amusing, and that made the little mice sad, because then they thought less of the story themselves. Is that the only story you know? Asked the paw. Rats, the only one, replied the tree. I heard it on the happiest evening of my life. But back then, I didn't realize how happy I was. Exceptionally tedious story, don't you? Know any about bacon and tallow candles? Any pantry stories? No, said the tree. Well, thanks for nothing, replied the rats, and they went home. Eventually, the little mice disappeared. Too, the tree sighed. It was so nice having those nimble little mice sitting around me, listening to what I told them. Now that too is over, but I'm going to remember to enjoy myself when they finally take me out of here. But when would that happen? One day, in the early morning, servants came up to the attic and started rummaging around. The boxes were moved aside. The tree was pulled out. Now it's true. They threw it to the floor rather hard. Then a man dragged it towards the stairs where the daylight was shining. Life will begin again, thought the tree. It could feel the fresh air, first rays of sun. Then it was out in the courtyard. Everything happened so fast that the tree forgot all about taking a look at itself. So much to see all around. The courtyard was next to a gardener. Everything was in bloom. The roses hung so fresh and fragrant over the little fence. The linden trees were blossoming, and the swallows flew about, saying, "My husband has arrived." But it wasn't the fir tree that they meant. Now I'm going to live, rejoiced the tree, spreading its branches wide. But alas, boughs were all withered in yellow. In the corner, among the weeds, in the nettles was where the tree came to rest. Star made from gold paper was still on top, shimmering in the bright sunshine. The courtyard, several of the lively children were playing, who had danced around the tree at Christmas time, taking such delight in it. One of the youngest children came over and tore off the gold star. "Look what's still sitting on this horrid old Christmas tree," he said, stomping on the branches. So they groaned under his boots. The tree looked at all of that floral splendor and freshness in the garden. Then it looked at itself, and it wished that it had stayed in the dark corner of the attic. The tree thought about its fresh youth in the forest, about the joyous Christmas Eve, about the little mice who had listened so happily to the story about Clumper-Dumper. "It's over," said the poetry. "It's over if only I had enjoyed it while I could. It's over." The hired man came over and chopped the tree into little pieces. It made a whole stack. How lovely! The tree flared up under the old big copper cauldron. It sighed so deeply. Each side was like the sound of a little shot. That's why the children who were playing came running over, sat down in front of the fire, staring into the flames and shouting, bang snap, that each sharp crack, which was a deep sigh, was the tree thinking about a summer day in the forest, for about a winter night out there when the stars were shining. It thought about Christmas Eve and about Klumpa Doompa, the only story it had ever heard and knew how to tell. Before long, tree had burned up. The boys played in the courtyard, and on his chest, the youngest one had the gold star that the tree wore on its happiest evening. Now it was over. The tree was gone, along with the story. It was over, and that's what happens to every story devoted friend. One morning, the old water act put his head out of his hole. He had bright, beady eyes and stiff gray whiskers. His tail was like a long bit of black India rubber. The little ducks were swimming about in the pond, looking just like a lot of yellow canaries, and their mother, who was pure white with real red legs, was trying to teach them how to stand on their heads in the water. You will never be in the best society unless you can stand on your heads, she kept saying, and every now and then she showed them how it was done. But the little ducks paid no attention to her. They were so young they did not know what an advantage it is to be in society at all. What disobedient children, cried the old water rat. They really deserved to be drowned. Nothing of the kind. Dance of the duck. Everyone must make a beginning. Parents cannot be too patient. I know nothing about the feelings of parents at the Water Act. I am not a family man. In fact, I've never been married, and I never intend to be. Love is all very well in its way, but friendship is much higher indeed. I know of nothing in the world that is either nobler or rarer than a devoted friendship. And what, pray, is your idea of the duties of a devoted friend? Asked a green llama who was sitting in a willow tree and had overheard the conversation. That is just what I want to know, said the duck. We swam away to the end of the pond and stood upon her head to give her children a good example. Silly question, cried the water, at I should expect my devoted friend to be devoted to me, of course. And what would you do in return? Said the little bird, swinging upon a silver spray, flapping his tiny wings. I don't understand, you, said the water. Out. Let me tell you a story on the subject, said the limit. Is the story about me? Asked the water. If so, I'll listen to it. From extremely fond of fiction, it is applicable to you, answered the limit, and he flew down, alighting upon the bank. He told the story of the devoted friend, The Happy Prince, by Oscar Wilde. High above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. The eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed. He is as beautiful as a weather rat, remarked one of the town councillors who wished to gain a reputation for having artistic tastes, only not quite so useful. He added, fearing less people should think him unpractical. She really was not. "Why can't you be like the Happy Prince?" asked a sensible mother of her little boy who was crying for the moon. "The Happy Prince never dreams of crying for anything. I am glad that there is someone in the world who is quite happy." Much of a disappointed man as he gazed the wonderful statue. "He looks just like an angel," said the charity children as they came out of the cathedral in their bright scarlet cloaks and their clean white pinafores. "How do you know?" said the mathematical master. "You have never seen one." But we have, in our dreams," answered the children, and the mathematical master frowned and looked very severe, for he did not approve of one night that flew over the city a little swallow. His friends had gone away to Egypt 6 weeks before that. He had stayed behind, but he loved with the most beautiful reed. He had met her early in the spring as he was flying down the river after a big yellow moth, and had been so attracted by her slender waist that he had stopped to talk to her. "Shall I love you?" said the swallow. "You like to come to the point at once." And the reed had made him hello bow, so he flew round and round her, touching the water with his wings and making silver ripples. This was his courtship, and it lasted all through the summer. "It is a ridiculous attachment," twitted the other swallows. "She has no money in, far too many relations." And indeed, the river was quite full of reeds. Then, when the autumn came, they all flew away. After they had gone, he felt lonely and began to tire of his lady love. "She has no conversation," he said, "and I am afraid that she is a coquette, for she is always flirting with the wind. Certainly, whenever the wind blew, the reed made the most graceful courtesies. I admit that she is domestic," he continued, "but I love traveling, and my wife consequently should love traveling also. Will you come away with me?" he said finally to her, but the reed shook her head. She was attached to her home. "You've been trifling with me," he cried. "I'm off to the pyramids. Goodbye." All day long he flew, and at night time he arrived at the city. "Where shall I put up?" he said. "I hope the town has made preparations there." He saw the statue on the tall column. "I will put up there," he cried. "It's a fine position with plenty of fresh air." He alighted just between the feet of the Happy Prince. "I have a golden bedroom," he said softly to himself as he looks around, and he prepared to go to sleep. But just as he was putting his head under his wing now, the water fell on him. "Curious thing," he said. "There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. The climate in the north of Europe is really dreadful. The reed used to like the rain, but that was merely her selfishness." Then another drop fell. "What is the use of a statue if it can't keep the rain off?" he said. "I must look for a good chimney pot." And he determined to fly away. But before he had opened his wings, a third drop fell, and he looked up and saw. What did he say? As the eyes of the happy prince were filled with tears, and tears running down his golden cheeks. His face was so beautiful in the moonlight. The little swallow was filled with pity. "Who are you?" he said. "I am the happy prince. Why are you weeping?" Then asked the swallow. "When I was and I had a human heart," answered the statue. "I don't know what tears were, or I lived in the palace of Sanssouci, where sorrow was not allowed to enter. In the daytime, I played with my companions in the garden, and in the evening, I led the dance in the great hall. Round the garden ran a very lofty wall, but I never cared to ask or lay beyond it. About me was so beautiful, my courtiers called me the happy prince, and happy indeed I was, if pleasure be happiness. So I lived, and so I died. And now that I am dead, they have me set up here so high, and I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep." "What is he not solid gold?" said the swallow to himself. He was too polite to make any personal remarks out loud. Far away, continued the statue in a low, musical voice, far away in a little street, there is a poor house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman seated at the table. Her face is thin. She has coarse, red hands, all pricked by the needle, for she is a seamstress. She is embroidering passion flowers on a satin gown for the loveliest of the Queen's maids of honor to wear at the next court ball. In a bed in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever and is asking for oranges. His mother has nothing to give him a river water, so he is crying, "Swallow, swallow, little swallow, will you not bring her the ruby out of my sword?" Hilt Peter fastened to his pedestal, and I can't move. "I am waited for in Egypt," said the swallow. "My friends are flying up and down the Nile and talking to the large lotus flowers. Soon they will go to sleep. In the tomb of the great king, the king is there himself in the painted coffin. He's wrapped in yellow linen and embalmed with spices around his neck is a chain of pale green jade in his hands, like withered leaves. Swallow, swallow, little swallows at the prince. Will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger? The boy is so thirsty, and the mother is so sad. I don't think I like boys' answer. The swallow last summer, when I was staying on the river, there were 2 rude boys, the miller's sons, who were always throwing stones at me. They never hit me. Of course, we swallows fly far too well for that. And besides, I come of a family famous for its agility. Still, it was a mark of disrespect. The happy prince looked so sad that the little swallow was sorry. It's very cold here, he said, but I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger. Thank you, little swallow, said the prince. So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword, flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of the town. He passed by the cathedral tower where the white marble angels were sculptured. He passed by the palace and heard the sound of dancing. Beautiful girl came out on the balcony with her lover. How wonderful the stars are, he said to her, and how wonderful the power of love. I hope my dress will be ready in time for the state ball, she answered. I've ordered passion flowers to be embroidered on it. Seamstresses are so lazy. You passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of ships. He passed over the ghetto. He saw old Jews bargaining with each other and weighing out money in copper scales. At last, he came to the poor house and looked in. The boy was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep. She was so tired in the yacht, and laid the great ruby on the table besides the woman's thimble. Then he flew gently around the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with his wings. Cool, I feel, said the boy. I must be getting better. He sank into a delicious slumber. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done. It is curious, he remarked, but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold. That is because you have done a good action, said the prince. Little swallow began to think, and then he fell asleep. Thinking always made him sleepy. When day broke, he flew down to the river and had a bath. What a remarkable phenomenon, said the professor of ornithology as he was passing over the bridge. Swallow in winter, and he wrote a long letter about it too. The local newspaper, everyone quoted it, was so full of many words that they could not understand. Tonight I go to Egypt, said the swallow, and he was in high spirits at the prospect. He visited all the public monuments and sat a long time on top of the church steeple. Wherever he went, the Sparrows chirped and said to each other, "What a distinguished stranger," so he enjoyed himself very much. When the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince. "Have you any commissions for Egypt?" he cried. "I'm just starting." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince. "Not stay with me one night longer. I am waited for in Egypt. Answer the swallow tomorrow. My friends will fly up to the second cataract. The river horse couch is there among the bulrushes, and a great granite throne sits the god Memnon. Long he watches the stars, and when the morning star shines, he utters one cry of joy, and then he is silent. At noon, the yellow lions come down to the water's edge to drink. They have eyes like green barrels, and their roar is louder than the roar of the cataract. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince. "Far away across the city, I see a young man in a garret. He is leaning over a desk covered with papers, and in a tumbler by his side there is a bunch of withered violets. His hair is brown and crisp, and his lips are red as a pomegranate. He has large and dreamy eyes. He is trying to finish a play, the director of the theater, but he's too cold to write anymore. There is no fire in the grate, and hunger has made him faint. We'll wait with you one night longer," said the swallow, who really did have a good heart. "Shall I take him another ruby? Alas, I have no ruby now," said the prince. "They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweler and buy food and firewood and finish his play." "Dear prince," said the swallow, "I cannot do that," and he began to weep. "We swallow, swallow, little swallows at the prince. Do as I command you." So the swallow plucked out the prince's eyes and flew away into the student's garret. It was easy enough to get in, as there was a hole in the roof. Through this he darted and came into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings. When he looked up, he found the beautiful sapphire lying on the withered violets. "I am beginning to be appreciated," cried this from some great admirer. "Now I can finish my play," and he looks quite happy. The next day, the swallow flew down to the harbor, sat on the mast of a large vessel, and watched the sailors hauling big chests out of the hold with ropes. "Heave ahoy," they shouted as each chest came up. "I am going to Egypt," cried the swallow. Nobody minded. The moon rose. He flew back to the happy prince. "I am come to bid you goodbye," he cried. "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince. Will you not stay with me one night? Longer, winter answered the swallow, and the chill snow will be here in Egypt. The sun is warm on the green palm trees in the crocodiles that lie in the mud. And look, lazily about them my companions are, building a nest in the temple of Baalbec. The pink and white doves are watching them and cooing to each other. Dear Prince, I must leave you. I will never forget you. The next spring, I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you've given. Away the ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea. In the square below, said the happy prince, there stands a little match girl. She's let her matches fall in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money, and she is crying. She has no shoes or stockings, her little head is bare. Pluck out my other rein, give it to her, and her father will not be her. I will stay with you 1 night longer, said the swallow, but I cannot pluck out your eye. You would be quite blind then. Swallow, swallow little. Swallow, said the prince, do as I command you. So you plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it. He swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewel into the palm of her hand. What a lovely bit of glass, cried the little girl as she ran home, laughing. Then the swallow came back to the prince. You were blind now, he said, so I will stay with you always. Swallow said that you must go away to Egypt. I will stay with you always, said the swallow, slept at the prince's feet, or the next day he sat on the prince's shoulder and told him stories of what he had seen. He told him of the red ibises who stand in long rows on the banks of the Nile, goldfish in their beaks of the Sphinx, who is as old as the world itself and lives in the desert and knows everything. Of the merchants, he walks slowly by the side of their camels and carry amber beads in their hands, always as black as ebony, and worships a large crystal, the great green snake that sleeps in the palm tree, and his 20 priests defeat it with honey cakes. And of the pygmies who sail over a big lake on large flat leaves and are always at war with the butterflies. Dear little swallow, said the prince, you tell me of marvelous things, but more marvelous than anything is the suffering of men and women. There is a mystery so great, there's misery. Fly over my city, little swallow, and tell me what you see there. So the swallow flew over the great city and saw the rich making merry in their beautiful houses, while beggars were sitting at the gates. He flew into dark lanes and saw the white faces of starving children looking out listlessly of black streets under the archway of a bridge. Two little boys were lying in one another's arms, trying to keep themselves warm. "How hungry we are," they said. "You must not lie here." Shout with the watchman, they wandered out into the rain. He flew back and told the prince where he had seen. "I am covered with fine gold," said the prince. "Off, leaf thief, my leaf, and give it to my poor. The living always think the gold can make them happy. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold that he brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street. "We have bread now," they cried, and the snow came, and after the snow came the frost. The streets looked as if they were made of silver. They were so bright and glistening. Long icicles, like crystal daggers, hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in fuzz, and the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder, but he would not leave the prince. He loved him too well. He picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking, and tried to keep himself warm by flapping his wings. But last he knew that he was going to die. He had just strength to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more. "If I, dear prince," he murmured, "will you let me kiss your hand?" "This little swallow," said the prince, "you stayed here too long, but you must kiss me on the lips, for I love you." "It is not to Egypt that I am going," said the swallow. "I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?" And he kissed the happy prince on the lips and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue, as if something had broken. The fact is that the lead and heart had snapped right into. It certainly was a dreadfully hard frost. Early the next morning, the mayor was walking in the square below in the company with the town councilors. As they passed the column, he looked up at the statue. "Dear him me, how shabby the happy prince looks," he said. "How shabby indeed," cried the town councilors, who always agreed with the mayor. And they went up to look at it. "The ruby has fallen out of his sword. His eyes are gone, and he is golden no longer," said the mayor. "In fact, he's a little better than a beggar." "Little better than a beggar," said the town councilors. "And here is actually a dead bird at his feet," continued the mayor. "We must really issue a proclamation that birds are not allowed to die here." And the town clerk made a note of the suggestion. So they pulled down the statue of the happy prince, as he is no longer. beautiful. He is no longer useful except. Then they melted the statue in a furnace, and the mayor held a meeting of the corporation to decide what was to be done with the metal. We must have another statue. Of course, he said, and it shall be a statue of myself. Of myself, said each of the town councilors, and they quarreled I last heard of them. They were quarreling still. What a strange things! At the overseer of the workmen at the foundry. Broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. We must throw it away. So they threw it on a dusty, where the dead swallow was also lying. Bring me the two most precious things in. The city said God to one of his angels, and the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God, for in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing forevermore, and in my city of gold the happy prince shall praise me. And that is the story of The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. The Selfish Giant by Oscar Wilde. Every afternoon, as they were coming from school, children used to go and play in the giant's garden. Lunch. Lovely garden with soft green grass. Here and there, over the grass stood beautiful flowers like stars, and there were 12 peach trees that in the springtime broke out into delicate blossoms of pink and pearl, and the autumn or rich fruit. The bird sat on the trees and sang so sweetly, but the children used to stop their games in order to listen to them. How happy we are here, they cried to each other. One day, the giant came back. He had been to visit his friend the Cornish ogre, and had stayed with him for 7 years. After the 7 years were over, he had said all that he had to say, for his conversation was limited, and he determined to return to his own castle. When he arrived, he saw the children playing in the garden. "What are you doing here?" he cried in a very gruff voice, and the children ran away. "My own garden is my own garden," said the giant. "Anyone can understand that, and I will allow nobody to play in it but myself." So he built a high wall around it, and put up a notice board that said trespasses will be prosecuted. He was a very selfish giant. The poor children had now nowhere to play. They tried to play on the road, but the road was very dusty and full of hearthstones, and they did not like it. They used to wander around the high wall where their lessons were over and talk about the beautiful garden inside. How happy we were there, they said to each other. Then the spring came, and all over the country there were little blossoms and little birds. Only in the garden of the selfish giant was it still winter. The birds did not care to sing in it, as there were no children, and the trees forgot to blossom. Once a beautiful flower put its head out of the grass, but when it saw the notice board, it was so sorry for the children that it slipped back into the ground again, went off to sleep. The only people who were pleased with the snow and the frost. Spring has forgotten this garden, they cried, so we will live here all year round. Snow covered up the grass with her great white cloak, and the frost painted all the trees silver. Then they invited the north wind to stay with them, and he came. He was wrapped in furs, and he roared all day about the garden and blew the chimney pots down. This is a delightful spot, he said. We must ask the hail on a visit. So the hail came every day for 3 hours. He rattled on the roof of the castle until he broke most of the slates, and then he ran round and round the garden as fast as he could go. He was dressed in gray. The breath was like ice. I cannot understand why this spring is so late in coming, said the selfish giant, as he sat at the window and looked out at his cold white garden. I hope there'll be a change in the weather. But the spring never came, nor the summer. The autumn gave golden fruit to every garden, but to the giant's garden she gave none. He is too selfish, she said. So it was always winter, there in the north wind in, the hail and the frost and the snow danced about through the trees. One morning, the giant was lying awake in bed when he heard some lovely music. Sounded so sweet to his ears that he thought it must be the king's musicians passing by. It was really only a little in it, singing outside his window. It was so long since he had heard a bird sing in his garden, but it seemed to him to be the most beautiful music in the world. Then the hail stopped dancing over his head, and the north wind ceased roaring. In a delicious perfume came to him through the open casement. I believe the spring has come at last, said the giant, and he jumped out of bed and looked out, saw a most wonderful sight. Through a little hole in the wall, the children had crept in, and they were sitting in the branches of the trees. In every tree that he could see there was a little child, and the trees were so glad to have the children back again. They had covered themselves with blossoms and were waving their arms gently above the children's heads. The birds were flying about and twittering with delight, and the flowers were looking up through the green grass and laughing. It was a lovely scene. Only in one corner it was still winter. It was the farthest corner of the garden, and in it was standing a little boy. He was so small that he could not reach up to the branches of the tree, and he was wandering all around it, crying bitterly. Whole tree was still quite covered with frost and snow, and the north wind was blowing and roaring above it. Climb up, little boy, said the tree, and bent its branches down as low as it could, too tiny, and the giant's heart melted as he looked out. "How selfish I have been," he said. "Now I know why the spring would not come here. I will put that poor little boy on top of the tree, and then I will knock down the wall, and my garden shall be the children's playground forever and ever." He was really sorry for what he had done, so he crept downstairs and opens the front door quite softly and went out into the garden. But when the children saw him, they were so frightened. They all ran away, and the garden became winter again. Only the little boy did not run. His eyes were so full of tears that he did not see the giant coming, and the giants stole up behind him and took him gently in his hand and put him up into the tree, and the tree broke at once into blossom, and the birds came and sang on it, and the little boy stretched out his 2 arms and flung them around the giant's neck and kissed him. And the other children, when they saw that the giant was not wicked any longer, came running back, and with them came this spring. "It is your garden now, little children," said the giant, and he took a great axe and knocked down the wall. And when the people were going to market at 12 o'clock, they found the giant playing with the children in the most beautiful garden that they had ever seen. All day long they played, and in the evening they came to the giant to bid him goodbye. "Where is your little companion?" he said. "The boy that I put into the tree." The giant loved him best because he had kissed him. "We don't know," answered the children. "He's gone away." "Well, you must tell him to be sure and come tomorrow," said the giant. The children said they did not know where he lived. They had never seen him before, and the giant felt very sad. Every afternoon, when school was over, the children came and played with the giant. The little boy, whom the giant loved, was never seen again. The giant was very kind to all the children, yet he longed his first little friend and often spoke of him. "How I would like to see him," used to say. Years went over, and the giant grew very old, feeble. He could not play about any more, so he sat in a huge armchair and watched the children at their games and admired his garden. "I have many beautiful flowers," he said, "but the children are the most beautiful flowers of all." One winter morning, he looked out his window as he was dressing. He did not hate the winter now, for he knew it was merely the spring asleep, and that the flowers were resting. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes in wonder, and looked. It certainly was a marvelous sight. In the farthest corner of the garden was a tree quite covered with lovely white blossoms. Its branches were all golden. Silver fruit hung down from them, and underneath it stood the little boy who he had loved. Downstairs ran the giant in great joy, and out into the garden he hastened, across the grass, and came near to the child. And when he came quite close, his face grew red with anger, and he said, "Who hath dared to wound thee from the palms of the child's hands with the prints of 2 nails?" The prints of 2 nails are on the little feet. "Who hath dared to wound thee?" cried the giant. "Tell me that I may take my big sword and slay him." May answer the child, "These are the wounds of love. Who art thou?" said the giant. And as strange awe fell on him, and he knelt before the little child, and the child smiled on the giant and said, "To him you let me play once in your garden. Today you shall come with me to my garden, which is paradise." And when the children ran in that afternoon, they found the giant lying dead under the tree, all covered with white blossoms, the nightingale and the rose. She said that she would dance with me if I brought her red roses, cried the young student. But in all my garden there is no red rose. From her nest in the home oak tree the nightingale heard him, and she looked out through the leaves and wondered. "No red rose in all my garden," he cried in, his beautiful eyes filled with tears. "I want little things. Does happiness depend? I have read that the wise men have written, and all the secrets of philosophy are mine. Yet for want of a red rose is my life made wretched. Here at last is a true lover," said the nightingale. "Night after night have I sung of him, though I knew him not. Night after night have I told his story to the stars, and now I see him. His hair is dark as the hyacinth blossom, and his lips are red as the rose of his desire. But passion has made his face like pale ivory. Sorrow has set her seal upon his brow. Prince gives a ball tomorrow night with the young student, and my love will be of the company. If I bring her a red rose, she will dance with me till dawn. If I bring her red rose, I shall hold her in my arms. She will lean her head upon my shoulder. Her hand will be clasped in mine. There is no red rose in my garden, so I shall sit lonely. She will pass me by. She will have no heed of me. In my heart will break. Here, indeed, is the true love." I said, "The nightingale, what a sing of he suffers. What is joy to me? To him is pain. Surely love is a wonderful thing. It is more precious than emeralds, and dearer than fine opals, pearls, and pomegranates. Cannot buy it, nor is it set forth in the marketplace. It may not be purchased of the merchants, nor can it be weighed out in the balance for gold. The musicians will sit in their gallery," said the young student, "and play upon their stringed instruments, and my love will dance to the sound of the harp and the violin. She will dance so lightly that her feet will not touch the floor. And the courtiers in their gay dresses will throw around her. But with me, she will not dance, for I have no red rose to give her. And he flung himself down on the grass and buried his face in his hands. And he wept. Why is he weeping? Asked a little green lizard as he ran past him with his tail in the air. Why indeed, said a butterfly who was fluttering about after a sunbeam. Why indeed, whisper the daisy to his neighbor in a soft blow voice. He is weeping through a red rose, said the nightingale. For a red rose, they cried, Hellery, ridiculous. And the little lizard, who was something of a cynic, laughed outright. But the nightingale understood the secret of the student's sorrow. She sat silent in the oak tree and thought about the mystery of love. Suddenly, she spread her brown wings for flight and soared into the air. She passed through the grove like a shadow, and like a shadow, she sailed across the garden. The center of the grass plot was standing a beautiful rose tree, and when she saw it, she flew over to it and lit upon a spray. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song. But the tree shook its head. My roses are white, it answered, as white as the foam of the sea, and whiter than the snow upon the mountain. But go to my brother, who grows round the old sundial. Perhaps he will give you what you want. So the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing around the old sundial. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song. But the tree shook its head. My roses, a yellow. It answered those. Yellow was the hair of the mermaid, and who sits upon an amber throne that blooms in the meadow before the mower comes with his scythe. But go to my brother, who grows beneath the student's window. Perhaps he will give you what you want. So the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing beneath the student's window. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song. But the tree shook its look, its eye. Roses are red, it answered, as red as the feet of the dove, and redder than the great fans of coral the wave and the ocean cabin. But the winter has chilled my veins, and the frost is nipped by buds, and the storm has broken my branches, and I shall have no roses at all this year. One red rose is all I want, cried the nightingale. Only one red rose is there, no way by which I can get it. There is a way, answer the tree, but it is so terrible that I dare not tell it to you. Tell it to me, said the nightingale. I am not afraid. If you want a red rose, said the tree. You must build it out of music by moonlight and stain it with your own heart's blood. You must sing to me with your breast against a thorn. All night long you must sing to me, and the thorn must pierce your heart, and your lifeblood must flow into my veins and become mine. Death is a great price to pay for a red rose, great the nightingale, and life is very dear to all it is. Pleasant to sit in the greenwood and to watch the sun in his chariot of gold, the moon in her chariot of pearl sweet, is the scent of the hawthorn sweet of the bluebells that hide in the valley, and the heather that blows on the hill. Yet love is better than life. And what is the heart of a bird compared to the heart of a man? So she spread her brown wings for flight, soared into the air, swept over the garden like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed through the grove. The young student was still lying on the grass where she had left him, and the tears were not yet dry in his beautiful eyes. "Be happy," cried the nightingale. "Be happy. You shall have your red rose. Build it out of music by moonlight and stain it with my own heart's blood. All I ask of you in return is that you will be a true lover. Love is wiser than philosophy, though she is wise, and mightier than power, though he is mighty. Flame color to his wings, and colored like flame as his body. His lips are sweet as honey, his breath like frankincense." The student looked up from the grass and listened, but he could not understand what the nightingale was saying to him, for he only knew the things that are written down in books. But the oak tree understood, felt sad, for he was very fond of the little nightingale who would build her nest in his branches. He whispered, "I shall feel very lonely when you are gone." So the nightingale sang to the oak tree, and her voice was like water bubbling from a silver jar. When she had finished her song, the student got up and pulled a notebook and a lead pencil out of his pocket. "She has form," he said to himself as he walked away through the grove, "that cannot be denied to her. But has she got feeling? I'm afraid not. In fact, she's like most artists, she's all style, without any sincerity. She would not sacrifice herself for others. She thinks merely of music, and everybody knows that the arts are selfish. Still, it must be admitted that she has some beautiful notes in her voice. What a pity it is they do not mean Rapunzel. There were once a man and a woman who had long in vain wished for a child. At length, the woman hoped that God was about to grant her desire. These people had a little window at the back of their house from which a splendid garden could be seen, which was full of the most beautiful flowers and herbs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared to go into it. because it belonged to an enchantress who had great power and was dreaded by all the world. One day, the woman was standing by the window and looking down into the garden when she saw a bed which was planted with the most beautiful rampion, and it looked so fresh and green that she longed for it. She quite pined away and began to look pale and miserable. Then her husband was alarmed and asked, "What ails thee, dear?" "Ah," she replied, "I shall die unless I can eat of the rampion, which is in the garden behind our house." The man who loved her very much thought, "It is better to have the rampion than to let my wife die." So in the twilight of the evening he clambered down over the wall into the garden of the enchantress, hastily clutched a handful of rampion, and took it to his wife. She at once made herself a salad of it, and ate it greedily. It tasted so good to her, so very good, that the next day she longed for it 3 times as much as before. If he was to have any rest, her husband must once more descend into the garden. Therefore, in the gloom of evening, he let himself down again. But when he had clambered down the wall, he was terribly afraid, for he saw the enchantress standing before him. "How canst thou dare," said she with angry look, "to descend into my garden and steal my rampion? Like a thief, thou shalt suffer for it." "Ah," answered he, "spare my life. I had hardly courage to do it, for my wife saw the rampion from the window and felt such a longing for it that she would have died if she had not got some to eat." Then the enchantress allowed her anger to be softened and said to him, "If this be true, I will allow thee to take away with thee as much rampion as thou wilt, only I make one condition. Thou must give me the child which thy wife will bring into the world." The man in his terror consented to everything, and when the woman was brought to bed, the enchantress appeared. At once gave the child the name of Rapunzel and took it away with her. Rapunzel grew into the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the enchantress shut her up in a tower which lay in a forest and had neither stairs nor door, but quite at the top was a little window. When the enchantress wanted to go in, she placed herself beneath it and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me." Rapunzel had magnificent long hair, fine as spun gold, and when she heard the voice of the enchantress, she unfastened her braided tresses and wound them round one of the hooks of the window. And then the hair fell 20 ells down, and the enchantress climbed up by it. After a year or 2, it came to pass that the king's son was riding through the forest and passed by the tower. Then he heard a song which was so charming that he stood still and listened. This was Rapunzel, who in her solitude passed her time in letting her sweet voice resound. The king's son wanted to climb up to her and looked for the door of the tower, but none was to be found. He rode home, but the singing had so deeply touched his heart that every day he went out into the forest and listened to it. Once, when he was thus standing behind a tree, he saw the enchantress come, and he heard how she cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel let down the braids of her hair, and the enchantress climbed up to her. "If that is the ladder by which one mounts, I too will try my fortune," said the king's son. On the following day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Immediately, the hair fell down, and the king's son climbed up. At first, Rapunzel was greatly startled when a man such as her eyes had never yet beheld came to her, but the king's son began to talk to her quite like a friend, and told her that his heart had been so stirred that he had let him have no rest, and he had been forced to see her then. Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked her if she would take him for her husband, she saw that he was young and handsome. She thought, "He will love me more than old Dame Gothel does." She said yes, and laid her hand in his. She said, "I will willingly go away with you, but I do not know how to get down. Bring with you a skein of silk every time you come, and I will weave a ladder. With it, when that is ready, I will descend. Will take me on your horse." They agreed that until that time he should come to her every evening, for the old woman came by day. The enchantress remarks nothing of this until once Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how it happens that you are so much heavier for me to draw up than the young king's son. He is with me in a moment." "Are you wicked, child?" cried the enchantress. "What do I hear you say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her anger, she clutched Rapunzel's beautiful tresses, wrapped them twice around her left hand, seized a pair of scissors with the right, and snip, snap, they were cut off, and the lovely braids lay on the ground. And she was so pitiless that she took Paul Rapunzel into a desert where she had to live in great grief and misery. On the same day that she cast Rapunzel out, the enchantress fastened the braids of hair which he had cut off to the hook of the window. And when the king's son came and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me," she let the hair down. The king's son ascended, but instead of finding his dearest Rapunzel, he found the enchantress, who gazed at him with a wicked and venomous look. "Ha!" she cried mockingly. "You would fetch your dearest, but the beautiful bird sits, no longer singing in the nest. The cat has got it, and will scratch out your eyes as well. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." King's son was beside himself with pain, and in his despair he lets down from the tower. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he fell pierced his eyes. He wandered quite blind about the forest, ate nothing but roots and berries, and did not but lament and weep over the loss of his dearest wife. Thus he roamed about in misery for some years, and at length came in the desert by Rapunzel with the twins, to which she had given birth. A boy and a girl lived. In wretchedness he heard a voice, and it seemed so familiar to him. He went towards it, and when he approached Rapunzel, Rapunzel knew him and fell on his neck and wept. 2 of her tears wetted his eyes. He grew clear again, see with them as before. He led her to his kingdom, where he was joyfully received, and they lived for a long time, happy and contented. The end. Cat Skin, that was once a king. His queen had hair of the purest gold, and was so beautiful that her match was not to be met with on the whole face of the earth. With this beautiful queen fell ill. When she felt that her end drew near, she called the king to her and said, "Promise me that you will never marry again unless you meet with a wife who is as beautiful as I am and has golden hair." Like then, when the king and his grief promised all that she asked, he shot her eyes. The king was not to be comforted, and for a long time never thought of taking another wife. At last, however, his wise men said, "This will not do. The king must marry again, that we may have a queen." So messengers were sent far and wide to seek for a bride as beautiful as the late queen. But there was no princess in the world so beautiful, and if there had been, still there was odd one to be found who had golden hair. So the messengers came home and had all their trouble for nothing. How the king had a daughter who was just as beautiful as her mother, and had the same golden hair when she was grown up. The king looked at her and thought that she looked just like the late queen, and he said to his courtiers, "May I not marry my daughter? She's the very image of my dead wife. Unless I have her, I shall not find any bride upon the whole earth." And you say, "There must be a queen." When the courtiers heard this, they were shocked and said, "Heaven forbid a father should marry his daughter out of so great a sin. No good can come." And his daughter was also shocked, but hoped that the king would soon give up such thoughts. So said to him, "Before I marry anyone, I must have 3 dresses. One must be of gold like the sun, another must be shining silver, like the moon, and a third must be a dazzling as the stars. Besides, I want a mantle of 1,000 different kinds of fur put together too, which every beast in the kingdom must give a part of his skin. And thus she thought that he would think of this matter no more. But the king made the most skillful workman leave the 3 dresses, one golden like the sun, another silvery like the moon, and a third sparkling like the stars. And his hunters were told to hunt all over for the beasts in the kingdom, and to take the finest fur out of their skins in a mantle of 1,000 thirst was made. When all were ready, the king sent them to her. But she got up in the night when all were asleep, and took 3 of her trinkets, a golden ring, a golden necklace, and a golden brooch, and packed the 3 dresses of the sun, the moon, and the stars up in a nutshell, and wrapped herself up in the mantle made of all sorts of fur, made her face and hands with soot, and threw herself upon heaven for help in her need, and went away and journeyed the whole night, till at last she came to a large wood. She was very tired. She sat herself down in the hollow of a tree, soon fell asleep, and there she slept on until it was midday. Now, as the king to whom the wood belonged was hunting in it, his dogs came to the tree and began to sniff her and run around and round and bark. Look sharp, said the king to the huntsman, and see what sort of game lies there. When the huntsman went up to the tree, and when they came back again, said, in the hollow tree there lies our most of all beast such as we've never seen. Before its skin seems to be of 1,000 kinds of fur. There it lies fast, asleep. See, said the king, if you can catch it alive, and we will take it with us. So the huntsman took it up, and the maid awoke, and was greatly frightened, and said, I am a poor child that has neither father nor mother. Left, have pity on me, and take me with you. They then said, yes, Miss Cat, skin you will do for the kitchen. You can sweep the ashes and do things of that sort. So they put her into the coach and took her home to the king's palace. Then they showed her a little corner under the staircase where no light of day ever peeped in. Said, cat skin, may lions sleep there? And so she was sent into the kitchen and made to fetch wood and water and blow the fire and pluck the poultry and pick the herbs and sift the ashes and do all the dirty work. Thus, Cat Skin lived a long time very sorrowfully. Ah, pretty princess, thought she, what will now become of thee? But it happened one day that a feast was to be held in the king's castle. So she said to the cook, a little while, and see what's going on. I will take care and stand behind the door, said, Yes, you may go. I'll be back again in half an hour's time to rake out the ashes. She took her little lamp and went into her cabin and took off the fur skin and washed the soot from her face and hands so that her beauty shone forth like the sun from behind the clouds. She opened her nutshell and brought out of it a dress that shone like the sun and went to the feast. Everyone made way for her, but nobody knew her, and they thought she could be no less than a king's daughter. But King came up to her and held out his hand and danced with her. He thought in his heart he saw anyone half as beautiful. When the dance was at an end, she cut seed, and the king looked round for her. She was gone. A new weather. The guards that stood at the castle gate were called in, but they had seen no one. The truth was that she had run into her little cabin and pulled off her dress and blackened her face and hands and put on the first skin cloak and was cat skin again. And when she went into the kitchen to her work and began to rake the ashes, the cook said, Let that alone till morning, and heat the king's soup. I should like to run up now and give a peep, but take care that you don't let her hair fall into it, or you will run a chance of never eating again. As soon as the cook went away, Cat Skin heated the king's soup and toasted a slice of bread first as nicely as she ever could. When it was ready, she went and looked in the cabin for her little golden ring and put it into the dish in which the soup was. When the dance was over, the king ordered his soup to be brought in, and it pleased him so well, what he had never tasted. And he's so good before. At the bottom, he saw a gold ring lying, and as he could not make out how it had got there, he ordered the cook to be sent for. The cook was frightened when he heard the order and said to Cat Skin, You must have let her hair fall into the soup. If it be so, you will have a good eating. Then he went before the king, and he asked him who had cooked the soup. I did, answered the cook, but the king said, That's not true. It was better done than you could do it. And he answered, To tell the truth, I did not cook it, but Cat Skin did. Then let Cat Skin come up, said the king. When she came, he said to her, Who are you? I am a poor child, said she, that has lost both father and mother. How came you to be in my palace? Asked he. I'm good for nothing, said she, but to be a scullion girl and have boots and shoes thrown at my head. But how did you get the ring that was in the soup? Asked the king. Then she wouldn't own that she knew anything about the ring. So the king sent her away again about her business. After a time, there was another feast, and Cat Skin asked the cook to let her go up and see it as before Yes said he would come again in half an hour and cook the king the soup that he likes so much. She ran to her little cabin and washed herself quickly and took her dress out, which was silvery as the moon. And when she went in, looking like a king's daughter, the king went up to her and rejoiced at seeing her again. And when the dance began, he danced with her. After the dance was at an end, she managed to slope out so slightly that the king did not see where she was gone. She sprang into her little cabin and then made herself into cat skin again and went into the kitchen to cook the soup. Whilst the cut was above stairs, she got the golden necklace and dropped it into the suit. Then it was brought to the king, who ate it, and it pleased him as well as before. So he sent for the cook. It was again forced to tell him that cat skin had cooked it. Cat skin was brought again before the king, but she still told him that she was only fit to have boots and shoes thrown her head. But when the king had ordered a feast to be got ready for the third time, it happened just the same as before. You must be a witch, Cat Skin, said the cook, for you always put something into your soup so that it pleases the king better than mine. However, he let her go up as before. Then she put on her dress, which sparkled like the stars, and went into the ballroom in it. And the king danced with her again, and thought she had never looked as beautiful as she did then. So whilst he was dancing with her, you put a gold ring on her finger without her seeing it, and ordered that the dance should be kept up a long time. When it was at an end, he would have held her fast by the hand, but she slipped away and sprang so quickly through the crowd that he lost sight of her. She ran as fast as she could into her little cabin under the stairs, but this time she kept away too long and stayed beyond the half hour. She had not time to take off her fine dress and threw her firm antelope for it, and in her haste she did not blacken herself with soap that left one of her fingers white. She ran into the kitchen and cooked the king's soup, and as soon as the cook was gone, the golden brooch into the dish. When the king got to the bottom, he ordered Cat Skin to be called once more, saw the white finger and the ring he had put on it whilst they were dancing, seized her hand and kept fast a hold of it when she wanted to lose herself and spring away. The fur cloak fell off a little on one side in the starry dress, sparkled underneath. You got a hold of the fur. He tore it off. Her golden hair, her beautiful form was seen. She could no longer hide herself. She washed the certainly ashes from her face and showed herself to be the most beautiful princess upon the face of the earth. But the king said, "You are my beloved bride. You will never be parted from each other." And the wedding feast was held, and a merry day it was. as ever was heard or seen in that country, or indeed in any other. Arthur, the greatest of Britain's kings, holds the Christmas festival at Camelot, surrounded by the celebrated knights of the Round Table, noble lords the most renowned under heaven, and ladies the loveliest that ever had life. This noble company celebrate the new year by religious service, by the bestowal of gifts, and the most joyous mirth. Lords and ladies take their seats at the table. Queen Guinevere, the gray-eyed, gaily dressed, sits at the dais, the high table, or table of state, where to set Gawain with other worthies of the Round Table. Arthur in mood is joyful as a child is, blood young, and his brain wild. Class that he will not eat, nor sit long at the table, until some adventurous thing, some uncouth tale, some great marvel, or some encounter of arms has occurred to mark the return of the new year. The first course was announced with cracking of trumpets, with the noise of makers and noble pipes. Each two had dishes, 12, good beer and bright white both. Scarcely was the first course served, when another noise, the Natick music, was heard. There rushes in at the hall door a knight of gigantic stature, the greatest on earth in measure high. He was clothed entirely in green and rode upon a green foal. Fair wavy hair fell about the shoulders of the green light, and a great beard like a bush hung upon his breast. The knight carried no helmet, shield, or spear, but in one hand a holly bell, and in the other an axe huge and unmeet, the edge of which was as keen as a sharp razor. Thus arrayed, the Green Knight enters the Parka hall without saluting anyone. The first word that he uttered was, "Where is the governor of this gang? Gladly would I see him, and with himself speak reason." To the knights he cast his eye looking for the most renowned. Much did the noble assembly marvel to see a man and a horse of such a hue, green as the grass. Even greener they seemed than green, enamel on bright gold. Many marvels had they seen, but none such as this. They were afraid to answer, but sat stone still in a dead silence, as if overpowered by sleep, not all from fear, but some for courtesy. Then Arthur, before the Hydea, salutes the green light, bids him welcome, and entreats him to stay a while at his court. The knight says his errand is not to abide in any dwelling, but to seek the most valiant of the heroes of the Round Table, that he may put his courage to the proof, and thus satisfy himself as to the fame of Arthur's court. "I come," he says, "in pieces you may see by this branch that I bear here. Had I come with hostile intentions, I should not have left my helmet, shield, sharp spear, and other weapons behind me. But because I desire no war, it's a softer if there'll be so bold as all men say, that will grant me the request I'm about to make. Sir courteous knight, replies Arthur, if thou cravest battle, only here feel is thou not to fight. Now, he says, the Green Knight, I seek no fighting. Hereabout on this bench are only beardless children, where I arrayed in arms on a high steed. No man here would be a match for me, but it is now Christmas time, and this is the new year, and I see around me many brave ones. If any be so bold in his blood the dare strike a stroke for another, I shall give him this rich axe to do with it whatever he pleases. I shall abide the first blow, just as I sit, and will stand him a stroke stiff on this floor, provided that I deal him another in return, and yet I give him respite for 12 months in a day. Now haste, and let's see tight. Dare any hearing, or say if he astounded them at first. Much more so did he after this speech, and fear held them all silent. The knight, righting himself in his saddle, rolls fiercely his red eyes about, ends his bristly green brows, and strokes his beard, awaiting a reply, but finding none that would cope with him, he exclaims, what is this Arthur's house, the fame of which has spread through so many realms? Forsooth, the renown of the Round Table is overturned by the word of one man's speech, for all tremble for dread, without a blow being struck. With this, he laughed so loud that Arthur blushed for very shame, and waxed as wroth as the wind. I know no man, he says, this is aghast at thy great words. Give me now thy axe, and I will grant thee thy request. Arthur seizes the axe, grasps the handle, and sternly branches it about. The Green Knight, with a stern cheer and dry countenance, stroking his beard, bring down his coat, awaits the blow. Sir Gawain, the nephew of the king, beseeches his uncle to let him undertake the encounter, and at the earnest entreaty of his nobles are the consents to give Gawain the game. Sir Gawain takes possession of the axe, but before the blow is dealt, the Green Knight asks the name of his opponent. In good faith, answers the good knight. Gawain, called, but bids thee to this buffet, whatever made before, after, and at this time 12 months will take from thee another, with whatever weapon thou wilt, and with no wight else alive. By God, quote the Green Knight, it pleased me well that I shall receive a thy fist that which I have sown here. Moreover, thou hast truly rehearsed the times of the confident. But thou shalt first pledge me thy word. Thou wilt seek me thyself, wheresoever on earth thou beliefs die might be found. Fetch these such wages as thou dealest me today, before this company of doughty ones. Where should I seek thee? Replies going, there is thy place, I know not thee, thy court, or thy name. I wot not where thou dwellest, but teach me there too. Tell me how thou art called, and I shall endeavor to find thee, and that I swear thee for truth, and by my sure truth. That is enough, says groom in green, if I tell thee when I have received the tap, but now has smitten me, then smartly I will teach thee of my house, my home, and my own name, so that thou mayest follow my track and fulfill the covenant between us. If I spend no speech, then speed is now the better, but then mayest they'll remain in thy own land, and seek no further. Cease thy talking. Take now thy grim tool to thee, and let us see how thou knockest. Gladly, sir, forsooth, quote Wayne, and his axe he brandishes. The Green Knight adjusts himself on the ground, then slightly his head blaze his long, lovely locks over his crown, and lays bare his neck for the blow. Gawain then ripped the axe, raising it on high, let it fall quickly upon the knight's neck, and severed the head from the body. The fair head fell from the neck to the earth, and many turned it aside with their feet as it rolled forth. The blood burst from the body, yet the knight never faltered nor fell, but boldly he started forth on stiff shanks, and fiercely rushed forward, seized his head, and lifted it up quickly. Then he runs to his horse, the bridle he catches steps into his stirrups, and strides aloft. His head by the hair he holds in his hands, and sits it firmly in his saddle, as if no mishap had hailed him. Place he was, he turned his ugly trunk about that ugly body that bled, and holding the head in his hand, he directed the face towards the dearest on the dais. The head lifted up its eyelids and looked abroad, and thus much spoke with its mouth as humane out here. Luke, going thou be prompt to go as thou has promised. Seek till thou find me, according to thy promise made in the hearing of these knights. Get thee to the Green Chapel, I charge thee, to fetch such a dint as thou hast dealt, to be returned on New Year's morn. As the Knight of the Green Chapel I am known to many, wherefore, if thou seekest, thou canst not fail to find me. Therefore come, or requiem be called. With a fierce start, the reins he turns, rushes out of the whole door his head, and his hand. The fire of the flint flew from the hoofs of his foal. To what kingdom he belonged knew none there, nor knew they from whence he had come. What then? The king and Gawain there at that green one, they laugh and grin. Though Arthur wondered much of the marvel, he let no one see that he was at all troubled about it, but full loudly thus spake his comely queen with courteous speech. Dear dame, today we never dismayed. Well happens such craft at Christmas time. They may now proceed to to meet, for I cannot deny that I have witnessed a wondrous adventure this day. You looked upon Sir going and said, Now, sir, hang up lane axe, for enough as a human. The weapon was hung up on high that all might look upon it, and by true title thereof, till the wonder. Then all the knights hastened to their seats at the table. So did the king in our good knight, and they were there, served with all deities, with all manner of meat and minstrelsy, though words were wanting when they first deceit went, now with their hands full of stern work, and the marvel affords them good subject for conversation. But a year passes full quickly and never returns. The beginning is seldom like the end, wherefore this Christmas passed away, and the year after in each season in turn followed after another. Thus winter winds around again, and then Gawain thinks of his wearisome journey. On All Hallows Day, Arthur entertains right nobly of lords and ladies of his court, in honor of his nephew, for whom all courteous knights and lovely ladies were in great grief. Nevertheless, they spoke only of mirth, and though joyless themselves, made many a joke to cheer the good circling. Early on tomorrow, Sir going with great ceremony is arrayed in his armor, and thus completely equipped for his adventure, you first hears mass, and afterwards takes leave of Arthur, the knights of the Round Table, and the lords, and the ladies of the court, kiss him and commend him to Christ. He bids them all good day, as he thought forevermore. Very much was the warm water that poured from eyes that day. All rides all night through the realms of England, with no companion but his fault, no one to hold converse with save God. Alone from Camelot in Somerset share he proceeds through Gloucestershire, in the adjoining counties into Montgomeryshire, thence through North Wales to Holyhead, adjoining the Isle of Anglesey, from which he passes into the very narrow peninsula of Wirral in Cheshire, where dwelt but few that loved God. O man, Gawain inquires after the Green Knight of the Green Chapel, but all inhabitants declare that they have never seen any man of such hues of green. The knight then speaks his journey by strange paths over hill and moor, encountering on his way not only serpents, wolves, bulls, bears, boars, but wood satyrs and giants. Worse than all of those, however, sharp winter, when the cold, clear water shed from the clouds and froze as it might fall to the earth, nearly slain with the sleet he slept in, his armor all nights then enough in naked rocks. Thus in peril and plight the knight travels on until Christmas Eve, and to Mary he makes his moan. She may direct him to some abode. On the moon he arrives at an immense forest, wondrously wild, surrounded by high hills on every side, where he found hoary oaks full huge, 100 together, the hazel and the hawthorn intermingled, all overgrown with moss. Upon their boughs, at many sad birds that piteously piped the pain of the cold, Duane besought the Lord and Mary to guide him to some habitation where he might hear Mass. Scarcely had he crossed himself thrice, when he perceived a dwelling in the wood, set upon a hill. It was the loveliest castle that he had ever beheld. It was pitched on a prairie, to the park all around it, enclosing many a tree for more than 2 miles. Its shone is the sun through the bright oaks. Duane urges on his steed green galette, and finds himself at the chief gate. He called aloud, and soon there appeared porter on the wall, who demanded his errand. "Good sir," quoth Gawain, "let's thou go to the high lord of this house, and pray for lodging for me?" "Yea, by Peter," replied the porter, "well, I know that thou art welcome to dwell here, as long as thou likest. The drawbridge is soon let down, and the gates opened wide to receive the knight. Many noble ones hasten to bid him welcome. They take away his helmet, sword, and shield. Many a proud one presses forward to do him on her. They bring him into the hall, where a fire was brightly burning upon the earth. The lord of the land comes from his chamber and welcomes Sir Gawain, telling him that he is to consider a place as his own. Our knight is next conducted to a bright bower, where was noble bedding, curtains of pure silk with golden hems and tarsic, tapestries upon the wall and the floors. Here the knight doffed his armor and put on rich robes, which so well became him that all declared that a more comely knight Christ had never made. The table is soon raised, and Gawain, having washed, proceeds to meat. Many dishes are sent before him, sows of various kinds, fish of all kinds, some baked in bread, others broiled on the embers, some boil, others seasoned with spices. The knight expresses himself well pleased, and calls it a most noble and princely feast. After dinner, in reply to numerous questions, he tells his host that he is Gawain, one of the knights of the Round Table. When this was made known, great was the joy in the hall. Each one said softly to his companion, "Now we shall see courteous behavior and learn the terms of noble discourse, since we have amongst us that fine father of nurture. Truly God has highly favored us in sending us such a noble guest as Sir Gawain. At the end of the Christmas festival, Gawain desires to take his departure from the castle, and his host persuades him to stay, promising to direct him to the Green Chapel about 2 miles from the castle. that he may be there by the appointed time. The covenant is made between them, the terms of which were that the lord of the castle should go out early to the chase. The Gawain, meanwhile, should lie in his loft at his ease, and rise at his usual hour. Afterwards sit at the table with his hostess, and that at the end of the day they should make an exchange of whatever they might obtain in the interim. Whatever I win in the word, says the Lord, shall be yours, and what thou greatest shall be mine. Full early, before daybreak, the foe cup race settle their horses, and trust their mails. The noble lord of the land arrayed for riding eats hastily assault, and having heard mass proceeds with 100 hunters to hunt the wild deer. This time Gawain lies in his gay bed. His nap is disturbed by a little noise at the door, which is softly opened. He heaves up his head out of the clothes, and peeping through the curtains, beholds a most lovely lady, the wife of the host. She came towards the bed, and the knight laid himself down quickly, pretending to be asleep. The lady stole to the bed, cast up the curtains, crept within, sat her softly on the bedside, and waited some time till the knight should awake. After lurking a while under the clothes, considering what it all meant, Gawain unlocked his eyelids and put on a look of surprise, at the same time making the sign of the cross as if afraid of some hidden danger. "Good morrow, sir," said the fair lady. "You're a careless sleeper to let one enter this. I shall bind you in your bed of that be sure." "Good morrow," quoth Gawain. "I shall act according to your will with great pleasure, but permit me to rise, that I may more comfortably converse with you," said the sweet one. "Ye shall not rise from your bed. Since I have caught my knight, I shall hold talk with him. I ween well that he also galan with all the world worships, whose honor and courtesy are so greatly praised. Now ye are here, and we are alone, my lord and his men being afar off. Other men too are in bed, so are my maidens. The door is safely closed. I shall use my time well while it lasts. You're welcome to my person to do with it is he please, and I will be your servant." Gawain behaves most discreetly for the remembrance of his forthcoming adventure at the Green Chapel prevents him from thinking of love. At last, the lady takes leave of the knight by catching him in her arms and kissing him. The day passes away merrily, and it does. The lord of the castle returns from the chase. He presents the venison took away in according to the previous covenant between them. Our knight gives his host a kiss. It was the only piece of good fortune that had fallen to him during the day. "Good," says the other, "and would be much better if he would tell me where you won such bliss." "That was not in our covenant replies, going, so try me no more. After much laughing on both sides, they proceed to suffer, and afterwards, while the choice wine is being carried around, the wain and his host renew their agreement. Late at night, they take leave of each other and haste into their beds. The continuation of Gawain, by the time that the blank had crowed and cackled thrice, the Lord was up, and after meat and mass were over thee, hunters make for the woods, whether you give chase to a wild boar who had grown old and mischievous, while the sportsmen are hunting this wild swine. Our lovely knight lies in his bed. He is not forgotten by the lady who pays him an early visit, seeking to make further trial of his virtues, sit softly by his side and tells him that he has forgotten what she taught him the day before. I taught you of kissing, says she, that becomes every courteous knight. The wain says he must not take that which is forbidden him. The lady replies that he is strong enough to enforce his own wishes. On 8 answers that every gift not given with goodwill is worthless. His fair visitor that inquires how it is, that he who is so skilled in the true sport of love and so renowned at night has never talked to her of love. You ought, she says, to show and teach a young thing like me some tokens of true love's crafts. I come hither and sit here alone to learn of you some gain. Do teach me if you're whipped while my lord is from home. But Wayne replies that he cannot undertake the task of expounding true love and tales of arms to one who has far more wisdom than he possesses. Thus did I might avoid all appearance of evil, though sorely pressed to do what was wrong, the lady having bestowed 2 kisses upon the circle. Wayne takes a leave of him. At the end of the day, the lord of the castle returns home with the shields and head of the wild boar. He shows them to his guest, who declares that such a brawn of obese nor such sides of a swine he never before seen. Gawain takes possession of the spoil according to covenant, and in return bestows 2 kisses upon the host, who declares that his guest has indeed been rich. After much persuasion, Gawain consents to stop at the castle another day. Early on tomorrow, the lord and his men hastened the woods and come upon the track of a fox, the hunting of which affords them plenty of employment and sport. Meanwhile, our good knight sleep soundly with his comely curtains. He is again visited by the lady of the castle. So gaily was she attired, and so faultless of her features. The great joy warmed the heart of, certainly, with soft and pleasant smiles they smite into mirth, and is soon engaged in conversation. Had not Mary thought of her knight, he would have been in great peril, so sorely does the fair one press him with her love, that he fears lest he should become a traitor to his host. Lady inquires whether he has a mistress, to whom he has plighted his troth. The knight swears by St. John that he neither has nor desires one. This answer causes the dame to sigh for sorrows. Telling him she must depart, she asks for some gift, if it were only a glove, by which she might think on the night and lessen her grief. Gawain assures her that he has nothing worthy of her acceptance, that he is on an uncouth errand, and therefore has no men with no mails containing precious things, for which he is truly sorry. Though I had not of yours, yet should ye have of mine. Thus saying, she offers him a rich ring of red gold, with a shining stone standing aloft that shone like the beams of the bright sun. The ninth refused the gift, as he had nothing to give in return. Since he refused my ring, says the lady, because it seems too rich, and ye would not be beholden to me, girdle that is less valuable. But Gawain replies that he will not accept gold or reward of any kind, though ever in hot and in cold he will be her true servant. Didn't he refuse it? Asks the lady, because it seems simple and of little value. Whoso knew the virtues that a knit therein would estimate it more highly. For he who is girded with this green lace cannot be wounded or slain by any man under heaven. The knight thinks a while, and it strikes him that this would be a jewel for the jeopardy. But he had to undergo at the Green Chapel, so he not only accepts the lace, promises to keep the possession of it. Secret. By that time, the lady had kissed him thrice. She then takes her leave and leaves him. There, Gawain rises, dresses himself a noble array, and conceals the love lace where he might find it again. He then hides to mass, shrives him of his misdeeds, and obtains absolution. On his return to the hall, he solicits the ladies with comely carols and all kinds of joy. The dark night came, and then the lord of the castle, having slain the fox, returns to his dear home, where he finds a fire brightly turning, and his guest amusing the ladies. Going in fulfillment of his agreement, kisses his host thrice. By Christ, quote, the other night ye have caught much bliss. I have hunted all this day, and not have I got but the skin of this foul fox. The devil have the goods, and that is full poor for to pay for such precious things. After the usual evening's entertainment, the wain retires to rest. The next morning, being New Year's Day, is cold and stormy. Snow falls, and the dales are full of drift. Our knight in his bed locks his eyelids, but full little he sleeps. I each blank that crows, he knows the hour. For daybreak he calls for his chamberlain, who quickly brings him his armor, while Gawain clothed himself in his rich weeds. He forgot not the lace, the ladies, but with it doubly girded his loins. He wore it not for its rich ornaments, but save himself when it behooved him to suffer. There's a safeguard against sword or knife, having thanked his host and all the renowned assembly for the great kindness he had experienced at their hands, steps into stirrups and strides aloft. The drawbridge is laid down the broad, gates unbarred and borne upon both sides, and the night after, commending the castle to Christ, passes there out and goes on his way, accompanied by his guide, that should teach him to turn to that place where he should receive the much dreaded blow. They claim over cliffs where each hill had a hat and a miscloak until the next morning, when they find themselves full high hill, covered with snow. The servant bids his master remain while saying, I have brought you hither at this time, and now ye are not far from that noted place that ye have so often inquired after. The place that you press to is esteemed full perilous. There dwells a man in that waste, the worst upon earth, for he is stiff and stern and loves to strike, and greater is he than any man upon middle earth, and his body is bigger than the best. For in Arthur's house, the Green Chapel, there passes none by that place, however, proud in arms, that he does not ding him to death with a dint of his hand. He is a man immoderate, and no mercy uses, for be a child or chaplain, that by the chapelrides monk, or mass priest, or any man else, it is as pleasant to him to kill them as to go alive himself. Wherefore I tell thee truly, come ye, there ye be killed. Though he had 20 lives to spend, he has dwelt there long of yore, and on the field much sorrow has wrought. Against his sword dense he may not defend you. Therefore, good Sir Going, let the man alone, and for God's sake go by some other path, and then I shall hide me home again. I swear to you, God and all his saints, that I will never say that I ever ye attempted to flee from any man. Wayne thanks his guide for his well-meant kindness, but declares that to the Green Chapel he will go, or the owner thereof be a stern knave. For God can devise means to save his serpents. Mary got the other, since it pleased thee to lose thy life. I will not hinder thee. Have thy helmet on thy head, they spear in thy hand. Right down this path by yon rockside, till thou be brought to the bottom of the valley. Then look a little on the plain. On my left hand thou shalt see in the slade the chapel itself, the barley night that God sent. Now farewell. Go away in the noble. For all the gold upon the ground I would not go with thee. nor bear thee fellowship through this word on foot. Father, thus having spoken, he gallops away and leaves the knight alone. Duane now pursues his journey rides through the dale and looks about. He sees no signs of a resting place, but only high and steep banks the very. Shadows of the high woods seemed wild and distorted, though chapel, however, could he discover. After a while, he sees a round hill by the side of a stream. Through he goes, the lights, and fastens his horse to the branch of a tree. He walks about the hill, debating with himself what it might be. It had a hole in the one end on each side, and everywhere overgrown with grass, but whether it was only an old cave or a crevice of an old crack, he could not tell. Now indeed, quote, going, a desert is here. This oratory is ugly, with herbs overgrown, is a fitting place for the man in green to deal here his devotions after the devil's manner. How I feel it is the fiend in my 5 wits that is convenated with me, that he may destroy me. This is a chapel of misfortune evil, but tide it. It is the most cursed kirk that ever I came in. With his helmet on his head and his spear in his hand, he roams up to the rock and hears from that high hill beyond the brook a wondrous wild noise, though it clattered in the cliff as if one upon a grindstone were grinding a scythe. It whirred like the water in a mill and rushed and re-echoed, terrible to hear. About my life, I forgot this is going. No noise shall cause me to fear. Then he cried aloud, who dwells in this place, discourse with me to hold. For now is good going right here, if any brave wight will hide him hither, either now or never. Abide, quote, one, on the bank above over his head, and thou shalt have all in haste that I promised thee once. Soon there comes out of a hole in the crack with a foul weapon, a Danish axe quite new, the man in the green, clothed that, as at first, as his legs, locks and beard. But now he is on foot, and walks on the earth. When he reaches the stream, he hops over, and boldly strides about. He meets Sir Gawain, who tells him he's quite ready to fulfill his part of the compact, the green gum. May God preserve thee. Truly thou art welcome to my place, and now has timed thy travel as a true man should. They'll notice the covenants made between us at this time, 12 months, that on New Year's Day, that I should return the thy blow. We are now in this valley by ourselves, and can do as we please. Have therefore thy helmet off their head. Have here they pay. Let us have no more talk than we now did. Strike off my head with a single blow. May by God growth going, I shall not but gradually thy will for any harm that may happen, but will stand still whilst thou strikest. Then he stoops a little, shows his bare neck unmoved by any fear. The Green Knight takes up his grim tool, and with all the force raises it aloft, as if he meant utterly to destroy. As the axe came gliding down, going shrank a little with the shoulders from the sharp iron. The other withheld his weapon, and then reproved the prince with many proud words. Our not going, that is so good esteemed, that never feared for no host by him, nor my veil, for now thou fleest for fear before. Thou feels, Tom, such cowardice of that night did I never. Here I never flinched, nor fled when thou did steam at me in King Arthur's house. My head flew to my feet, and yet I never fled. Wherefore I deserve to be called the better man. Quote, going, I shunted once, but will do. So no more though my head may fall in the stones, but hasten and bring me to the point. Deal me my destiny, and do it out of hand, for I shall stand thee a stroke, and start no more until thine axes hit me. Here have my truth, haveth thee. Then said the other, and heaves the axle, often looks as savagely as if they were mad. The aims of the other mightily, but withholds his hand, ere it might hurt. Duane readily abides the blow without flinching with any member, and stood still. There's a stone or a tree fixed in rocky ground with 100 roots. Then merrily did the other speak. Since now thou hast thy heart whole, it behooves me to strike. So take care of thy neck. Gawain answers with great wrath. Thrash on, thou fierce man, now threatens too long. I believe thy own heart fails thee. Forsooth, quote the other, since thou speak is so boldly, I will no longer delay. Been contracting both lips and brow, he made ready to strike and let fool his axe on the bare neck of Circle Wayne. Though hammered fiercely, he only severed the hide, causing blood to flow. When Gawain saw his blood on the snow, he seized his helmet and placed it on his head, then drew out his bright sword, and thus angrily spoke, Cease, man, of they blow, bid me no more. I have received a stroke in this place, without opposition. But if thou give us any more readily, shall I requite thee. Of that be thou sure, our covenant stipulates one stroke. Therefore now cease. The Green Knight, resting on his axe, looks on Circle Lane. As bold and fearless he there stood, with a loud voice, thus addresses the knight. Old knight, be not so wroth. No man here has wronged me. I promise thee a stroke, and thou hast it. Hold thee well pleased. I could have dealt much worse with thee, and caused theme much sorrow. 2 blows I aimed at thee for twice now, kisses, my fair wife. But I struck thee not, because thou restored us to me, according to agreement. At the third time they all failed. Then therefore I have given thee that tap, that woven girdle, given thee by my own wife belongs to me. I know well, they kisses they conduct also, and the woman of my wife, for I wrote it. Myself I sent her to try thee, and truly methinks thou art the most faultless man that ever on foot went. Still so thou art wanting in good faith. But as it proceeded from no immorality, thou being only desirous of saving thy life, the less I blame me. Duane stood confounded. The blood rushed into his face, and he shrank within himself for very shame. Cursed, he cried, be cowardice and covetousness both in your ability, and vice and virtue destroy. He takes off the girdle and throws it to the knight in green, cursing his cowardice and covetousness. The Green Knight, laughing, thus spoke, Thou hast confessed so clean and acknowledged thy faults, that I hold thee as pure as thou hast never forfeited since thou was first born. I give these the gold-hemmed girdle as a token of thy adventure at the Green Chapel. Come now to my castle, we shall enjoy together the festivities of New Year. Nay, forsooth, quote the knight, but feel kindness, may God requite to you. Commend me to that courteous one, your comely wife, who with her crafts has beguiled me. It is no uncommon thing for a man to come to sorrow through women's wiles, for so was Adam beguiled with one, and Solomon with many, and Samson was destroyed by Delilah. It were indeed great bliss for a man to love them well and believe them not. The greatest upon earth was so beguiled. Methinks I should be excused, but God reward you for your girdle, which I will ever wear in remembrance of my fault. When pride shall exalt me, a look to this lovely shall listener, since ye are the lord of yonder land, from whom I have received so much honor. Tell me truly your right name, and I shall ask no more questions. I am called Burn Lack the How Desert, through might of Morgan the Fay, who dwells in my house. Much she has learned of Verlin, who knows all your nights at home. She brought me to your hole for to essay the prowess of the Round Table. She wrote this wonder to bereave you of your wits, hoping to have grieved Guinevere, and have frighted her to death by means of the man that spoke with his head in his hand before the high table. She is even thine aunt, Arthur's half-sister. Wherefore come to thine art, for all my household love thee. Gawain refuses to accompany the Green Knight, so with funny embraces and kind wishes they separate, the one to his castle, the other to Arthur's court. After passing through many wild ways, our knight recovers from the wound in his neck, and at last comes safe and sound to the court of King Arthur. Great then was the joy of all The king and queen kiss their brave knight. Any make inquiries about his journey. He tells them of his adventures, hiding nothing. The chance of the chapel, the chair of the knight, the love of the lady, and lastly of the lace. Groaning for grief and shame, he shows them the cut in his neck he had received for unfaithfulness. The king and his courtiers come for the knight. They laugh loudly at his adventures and unanimously agree that those lords and ladies that belong to the Round Table, Knight of the Brotherhood, should ever after wear a bright green belt for Gawain's sake, and he upon whom it was conferred honored it evermore after. The golden bird. A certain king had a beautiful garden, and in the garden stood a tree which bore golden apples. These apples were always counted, and about the time when they began to grow ripe, it was found that every night one of them was gone. The king became very angry at this and ordered the gardener to keep watch all night under the tree. The gardener set his eldest son to watch. At about 12 o'clock, he fell asleep, and in the morning, another of the apples was missing. Then the second son was ordered to watch, and at midnight, he too fell asleep. In the morning, another airport was gone. Then the third S offered to keep watch. The gardener at first would not let him, for fear some harm should come to him. However, at last he consented, and the young man laid himself under the tree to watch. As the clock struck 12, he heard a rustling noise in the air, and a bird came flying that was of pure gold, and it was snapping at one of the apples with its beak. The gardener's son jumped up and shot an arrow at it. Arrow did the bird no harm, only it dropped a golden feather from its tail, and forthwith the golden feather was brought to the king in the morning, and all the councils called together. Everyone agreed that it was worth more than all of the wealth in the kingdom. But the king said, "One feather is of no use to me. I must have the whole bird." Then the gardener's eldest son set out and thought to find the golden bird very easily. And when he had gone but a little way, he came to a wood, and by the side of the wood he saw a fox sitting. So he took his bow and made ready to shoot at it. And then the fox said, "Do not shoot me, or I will give you good counsel. I know what your business is, and that you want to find the golden bird. You will reach a village in the evening, and when you get there, you will see two. Each offers it to each other, one of which is very pleasant and beautiful to look at. Go not in there, but rest for thee night in the other, though it may appear to you to be very poor and mean." Son thought to himself, "What can such a beast know of this matter?" So he shot his arrow at the fox, and he missed it, and it set up its tail above its back and ran into the wood. Then, and in the evening, came to the village, where, and in one of these, were people singing and dancing, and feed the other looked very dirty and poor. I should be very silly, said here, if I went to that shabby house and left this charming place. So he went into the smart house and ate and drank at his ease and forgot the bird and his country too. Time passed on, and as the eldest son did not come back, and no tidings were heard of him, the second son set out, and the same thing happened to him. He met the fox who gave him the good advice. But when he came to the 2 inns, his eldest brother was standing at the window where the merrymaking was, and called to him to come in, and he could not withstand the temptation, but when forgot the golden bird and his country in the same manner. Time passed on again, and the youngest son too wished to set out into the wide world too, but his father would not listen to it for a long while, for he was very fond of his son, and was afraid that some ill luck might happen to him also and prevent his coming back. However, at last it was agreed he should go, but he would not rest at home. As he came to the wood, he met the fox and heard the same good counsel, but was thankful to the fox, and did not attempt his life as his brothers had done so. The fox said, "Sit upon my tail, and you will travel faster." So he sat down, and the fox began to run, and away they went over stock and stone so quick that their hair whistled in the wind. When they came to the village, the son followed the fox's counsel without looking about him, went to the shabby and rested there all night at his ease. In the morning came the fox again, and met him as he was beginning his journey, and said, "Go straight forward till you come to a castle, before which lie a whole troop of soldiers fast asleep and snoring. Take no notice of them, but go into the castle and pass on and on until you come to a room where the golden bird sits in. A wooden cage close by it stands a beautiful golden cage. Do not try to take the bird out of the chevy. Put it into the handsome one, otherwise he will repent it." And then the fox stretched out his tail again, and the young man sat himself down, and away they went over stock and stone till their hair whistled in the wind, or the castle gate was as the fox had said. So the son went in and found the chamber where the golden bird hung in a wooden cage, and below stood the golden cage. In the 3 golden apples that had been lost were lying close by it himself. It'll be a very droll thing to bring away such a fine bird in this shabby cage. So he opened the door and took hold of him and put it into the golden cage. But the birds set up such a loud scream that all the soldiers awoke, and they took him prisoner and carried him before the king. The next morning, the court sat to judge him, and when all was heard, it sentenced him to die unless he should bring the king the golden horse, which could run as swiftly as the wind. And if he did this, he was to have the golden bird given for his own. So he set out once more on his journey, sighing and in great despair, when on a sudden his friend, Foxman him, said, "You see now what has happened on account. If you're not listening to my counsel, I will still, however, tell you how to find the golden horse. If you will do as I bid here, you must go straight on till you come to the castle, where the horse stands in his store. By his side will lie the groom fast asleep and snoring. Take away the holes quietly. Be sure to put the old leather and sat upon him, and not the golden one. One is close by it." The son sat down on the fox's tail, and away they went over stock and stone, till the hare whistled in their wind right, and the groom lay snoring with his hand upon the golden saddle. But when the son looked at the horse, he thought it a great pity to put the lead and sandal on it. "I will give him a good one," said he. "I'm sure he deserves it." As he took the golden saddle, the groom awoke and cried out so loud that all the gods ran in and took him prisoner, and in the morning he was again brought before the court to be judged and sentenced to die. But it was agreed that if he could bring thither the beautiful princess, he should live and have the bird and the horse given him for his own. He went his way, very sorrowful. But the old fox came and said, "Why did you not listen to me? If you had, you would have carried away both the bird and the horse. Yet will I once more give you counsel. Go straight on, and in the evening he will arrive at a castle. At 12 o'clock at night, the princess goes to the bathing house. Go up to her and give her a kiss, and she will let you lead her away. But take care you do not suffer her to go and take leave of her father and mother." The fox stretched out his tail until away they went, over stock and stone, till their hair whistled again. As they came to the castle, all was as the fox had said, and at 12 o'clock the young man met the princess going to the bath and gave her a kiss, and she agreed to run away with him, banked with many tears that he would let her take leave of her father. First he refused, where she wept still more and more, and fell at his feet, till at last he consented. But the moment she came to her father's house, the guards woke right now. Then he was brought before the king, and The king said, "He shall never have my daughter unless in 8 days you dig away the hill that stops the view from my window." Now this hill was so big that the whole world could not take it away, and when he had worked for 7 days and had done very little, the fox came and said, "Lie down and go to sleep. I will work for you in the morning." Awoke, and the hill was gone. So he went merrily to the king and told him now that it was removed, he must give him the princess. The king was obliged to keep his word. And away went the young man, and the princess and the fox came and said to him, "We will have all three, the princess, the horse, and the bird." "That would be a great thing, but how can you contrive it if you will only listen?" said the fox. "It can't be done. When you come to the king and he asks for the beautiful princess, you must say, 'Here she is.' Then he will be very joyful, and you will mount the golden horse that they give to you without your hands to take leave of them. Cans with the princess last lift her quickly onto the horse behind you. Clap your spurs to his side and gallop away as fast as you can." All went right. Then the fox said, "When you come to the castle where the bird is, I will stay with the princess of the door. He will ride in and speak to the king, and when he sees that is the right horse, he'll bring out the bird. You must sit still and say that you want to look at it to see whether it is the true golden bird. And when you get it into your hand, right away." This too happened, as the fox said. They could princess mounted again, and they rode onto a great wood. Then the fox came and said, "Pray kill me. Cut off my head at my feet." But the young man refused to do it. The fox said, "I will let any rate give you good counsel. Aware of 2 things, ransom no one from the gallows, and sit down by the side of the river. Away, human." "Well thought, the young man. It's no hard matter to keep that advice." He rode on with the princess to the last. He came to the village where he had left his 2 brothers, and there he heard a great noise and uproar. And when he asked what was the matter, the people said, 2 men are going to be hanged. As he came nearer, he saw that the 2 men were his brothers who had turned robbers. So he said, "Cannot they in any way be saved?" Said, "No, unless he would bestow all his money upon the rascals and buy their liberty." Then he did not stay to think about the matter, but paid what was asked, and his brothers were given up and went on with him towards their home. And as they came to the wood where the fox first met them, it was so cool and pleasant that the two brothers said, "Let us sit down by the side of the river and rest a while to eat and drink." So he said, "Yes," and forgot the fox's counsel and sat down by the side of the river. While he suspected nothing, they came behind and threw him down the bank, took the princess, the horse, and the bird, and went home to the king their master, and said, "All this have we won by our labor." Then there was great rejoicing made, that the horse would not eat, the bird would not sing, and the princess wept. Sun fell to the bottom of the river's bed. Luckily, it was nearly dry, but his bones were almost broken, and the bank was so steep that he could not find a way to get help. And the old fox came once more and scolded him for not following his advice. Otherwise, no evil would have befallen him. Yet, said he, "I cannot leave you here. Lay hold of my tail and hold fast." Then he pulled him out of the river and said to him, as he got upon the bank, "Your brothers have set watch to kill you, if they find you in the kingdom." So he dressed himself as a poor man and came secretly to the king's court, and was scarcely within the doors when the horse began to eat, the bird began to sing, and the princess left off weeping. Then he went to the king and told him all his brothers. Rotary. They were seized and punished, and he had the princess given to him again. And after the king's death, he was heir to his kingdom. A long while after, he went to walk one day in the wood, and the old fox met him and besought him with tears in his eyes to kill him and cut off his head and feet. And at last he did so, and in a moment the fox was changed into a man and turned out to be the brother of the princess who had been lost but great many. The little mermaid, far out in the ocean, the water is as blue as the petals of the loveliest cornflower, and as clear as the purest glass. But it is very deep too. It goes down deeper than any uncoverable go, and many, many steeples would have to be stacked one on top of another to reach the bottom to the surface of the sea. It is down there that the sea foe cliffs. Now don't suppose that there are only bare white sands at the bottom of the sea, though indeed the most marvelous trees and flowers grow down there, with such plain stalks and leaves that at least stir in the water makes them move about as though they were alive. All sorts of fish, large and small, dart among the branches just as birds would flip through the trees up here. From the deepest spot in the ocean rises the palace of the Sea King. Its walls are made of coral, and its high, pointed windows of the clearest amber. The roof is made of mussel shelves that open and shut with the tide. This is a wonderful sight to see, for every shell holds glistening pearls, any one of which would be the pride of a queen's crown. The Sea King down there had been a widower for years, and his old mother kept house for him. She was a clever woman, but very proud of her noble birth. Therefore, she flaunted 12 oysters on her tail, while the other ladies of the court were only allowed to wear 6. Except for this, she was an altogether praiseworthy person, particularly so because she was extremely fond of her granddaughters, the little sea princesses. They were 6 lovely girls. The youngest was the most beautiful of them all. Her skin was as soft and tender as a rose petal, and her eyes were as blue as the deep sea. But like all the others, she had no feet. Her body ended in a fishtail. The whole day long they used to play in the palace, down in the great halls where live flowers grew on the walls. Whenever the high amber windows were thrown open, swimming, just as swallows dart into our rooms when we open the windows. But these fish now would swim right up to the little princesses to eat out of their hair and let themselves be petted. Outside the palace was a big garden with flaming red and deep blue trees. Their fruit glittered like gold, and their blossoms flamed like fire on their constantly waving stalks. The soil was very fine sand indeed, but as blue as burning brimstone. A strange blue veil lay over everything. Down there, you would have thought yourself aloft in the air, with only the blue sky above and beneath you, rather than down at the bottom of the sea. When there was a dead calm, you could just see the sun flower, with light streaming from its calyx. Each little princess had her own small garden plot where she could dig and plant whatever she liked. One of them made her little flower bed in the shape of a whale. Another thought it needed to shape hers like a little mermaid, but the youngest of them made hers as round as the sun, and there she only grew flowers which were as red as the sun itself. She was an unusual child, quiet and wistful, and when her sisters decorated their gardens with all kinds of odd things that they had found in sunken ships, she would allow nothing in hers except flowers as red as the sun, and a pretty marvel statue, this figure of a handsome boy carved in pure white marble. It had sunk down to the bottom of the sea from some ship that was wrecked. Beside the statue she planted a rose-colored weeping willow tree, which thrives so well that its graceful branches shaded the statue and hung down to the blue sand, where their shadows took on a violet tint and swayed as the branches swayed. It looked as if the roots and the tips of the branches were kissing each other. Play. Nothing gave the youngest princess such pleasure as to hear about the world of human beings up above them. Her old grandmother had to tell her all. She knew about ships and cities of people and animals. What seemed nicest of all to her was The top on land the flowers were, fragrant, for those at the bottom of the sea had no scent, and she thought it was nice that the woods were green, and that the fish that you saw among their branches could sing so loud and sweet. It was delightful to hear them. Her grandmother had to call the little birds fish, or the princess would not have known what she was talking about. But she had never seen a bird when you get to be 15. Her grandmother said you will be allowed to rise up out of the ocean and sit on the rocks in the moonlight to watch the great ships sailing by. You will see woods and towns too. Next year, one of her sisters would be 15, but the others, well, since each was a whole year older than the next, the youngest still had 5 long years to wait until she could rise up from the water and see what our world was like. But each sister promised to tell the others about all that she saw and what she found most marvelous on her first day. Their grandmother had not told them half enough, and there were so many things that they longed to know about. The most eager of them all was the youngest, the very one who was so quiet and wistful. Many a night she stood by her open window and looked up through the dark blue water where the fish waved their fins and tails, just see the moon and the stars. To be sure, their light was quite dim, but looked at through the water they seemed much bigger than they appear to us. Whenever a cloud-like shadow swept across them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming overhead or a ship with many human beings aboard. Little did they dream that a pretty young mermaid was down below, arms up towards the keel of their ship. The eldest princess had her 15th birthday, so now she received permission to rise up. When she got back, she had 100 things to tell her sisters about. The most marvelous thing of all, she said, was to lie on a sandbar in the moonlight when the sea was calm, and to gaze at the large city on the shore, where the lights twinkled like hundreds of stars, to listen to music, to hear the chatter and clamor of carriages and people, to see so many church towers and spires, to hear the ringing bells, because she could not enter the city. That was just what she most dearly longed to do. Oh, how intently the youngest sister listened after this, whenever she stood at her open window at night and looked up through the dark blue waters. She thought of that great city with its clatter and clamor, and even fancy that in these depths she could hear the church bells ring. The next year, her second sister had permission to rise up to the surface and swim wherever she pleased. She came up just at sunset, and she said that this spectacle was the most marvelous sight she had ever seen. The heavens had a golden glow, and as for the clouds, she could not find words to describe their beauty, splashed with red and tinted with violet. They sailed over her head, but much faster than the sailing clouds were wild swans in a flock, like a long white veil trailing above the sea. They flew towards the sun. She too swam toward it, but down it went, and all the rose-colored glow faded from the sea and the sky. The following year, her third sister ascended, and as she was the boldest of them all, she swam up a broad river that flowed into the ocean. She saw gloriously green, fine-colored hills, palaces, and manor houses could be glimpsed through the splendid woods. She heard all the birds sing, and the sun shone so brightly that often she had to dive under the water to cool her burning face. In a small cove, she found a whole school of mortal children paddling about in the water naked. She wanted to play with them, but they took fright and ran away. Then along came a little black animal. Was a dog, but she had never seen a dog before. It barked at her so ferociously that she took freight herself and fled to the open sea. But never could she forget the splendid woods, the green hills, and the nice children who could swim in the water, although they didn't wear fishtails. The fourth sister was not so adventuresome. She stayed far out among the rough waves, which she said was a marvelous place. You could see all around you for miles and miles, and the heavens up above you will like a vast dome of glass. She had seen ships. They were so far away that they looked like seagulls. Playful dolphins had turned somersaults, and monstrous whales had smelted water through their nostrils, so that it looked as if hundreds of fountains were playing all around them. Now the fifth sister had her turn. Her birthday came in the winter time, so she saw things that none of the others had seen. The sea was a deep green color, and enormous icebergs drifted about. One glistened like a pearl, that they were more lofty than any church steeple built by man. They assumed the most fantastic shapes and sparkled like diamonds. She had seated herself on the largest one, and all the hangs sailing by sped away as soon as the frightened sailors saw her there, with her long hair blowing in the wind. In the late evening, clouds filled the sky, thunder cracked, and lightning darted across the heavens. Black waves lifted those great bergs of ice on high, where they flashed with the lightning struck. On all the ships, the sails were reefed. There was fear and trembling, but quietly she sat there on her drifting iceberg and watch the fourth lightning strike the sea. Each little princess had her own small garden plot where she could dig and plant whatever she liked. One of them made her little flower bed in the shape of a whale. Another thought it needed to shape hers like a little mermaid, but the youngest of them made hers as round as the sun, and there she only grew flowers which were as red as the sun itself. She was an unusual child, quiet and wistful, and when her sisters decorated their gardens with all kinds of odd things that they had found in sunken ships, she would allow nothing in hers except flowers as red as the sun, and a pretty marvel statue, this figure of a handsome boy, carved in pure white marble. It had sunk down to the bottom of the sea from some ship that was wrecked. Beside the statue she planted a rose-colored weeping willow tree, which thrives so well that its graceful branches shaded the statue and hung down to the blue sand, where their shadows took on a violet tint and swayed as the branches swayed. It looked as if the roots and the tips of the branches were kissing each other. Play. Nothing gave the youngest princess such pleasure as to hear about the world of human beings up above them. Her old grandmother had to tell her all she knew about ships and cities of people and animals. What seemed nicest of all to her was the top on land. The flowers were fragrant, for those at the bottom of the sea had no scent, and she thought it was nice that the woods were green, and that the fish that you saw among their branches could sing so loud and sweet. It was delightful to hear them. Her grandmother had to call the little birds fish, or the princess would not have known what she was talking about. But she had never seen a bird. When you get to be 15, her grandmother said, you will be allowed to rise up out of the ocean and sit on the rocks in the moonlight to watch the great ships sailing by. You will see woods and towns too. Next year, one of her sisters would be 15, but the others, well, since each was a whole year older than the next, the youngest still had 5 long years to wait until she could rise up from the water and see what our world was like. But each sister promised to tell the others about all that she saw and what she found most marvelous on her first day. Their grandmother had not told them half enough, and there were so many things that they longed to know about. The most eager of them all was the youngest, the very one who was so quiet and wistful. Many a night she stood by her open window and looked up through the dark blue water where the fish waved their fins and tails, just see the moon and the stars. To be sure, their light was quite dim, but looked at through the water, they seemed much bigger than they appear to us. Whenever a cloud-like shadow swept across them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming overhead or a ship with many human beings aboard. Little did they dream that a pretty young mermaid was down below, arms up towards the keel of their ship. The eldest princess had her 15th birthday, so now she received permission to rise up. When she got back, she had 100 things to tell her sisters about. The most marvelous thing of all, she said, was to lie on a sandbar in the moonlight, when the sea was calm, and to gaze at the large city on the shore, where the lights twinkled like hundreds of stars, to listen to music, to hear the chatter and clamor of carriages and people, to see so many church towers and spires, to hear the ringing bells, because she could not enter the city. That was just what she most dearly longed to do. Oh, how intently the youngest sister listened. After this, whenever she stood at her open window at night and looked up through the dark blue waters, she thought of that great city with its clatter and clamor, and even fancy that in these depths she could hear the church bells ring. The next year, her second sister had permission to rise up to the surface and swim wherever she pleased. She came up just at sunset, and she said that this spectacle was the most marvelous sight she had ever seen. The heavens had a golden glow, and as for the clouds, she could not find words to describe their beauty. Splashed with red and tinted with violet, they sailed over her head. But much faster than the sailing clouds were wild swans in a flock, like a long white veil trailing above the sea. They flew towards the sun. She too swam toward it. But down it went, and all the rose-colored glow faded from the sea and the sky. The following year, her third sister ascended, and as she was the boldest of them all, she swam up a broad river that flowed into the ocean. She saw gloriously green, fine-colored hills, palaces, and manor houses could be glimpsed through the splendid woods. She heard all the birds sing, and the sun shone so brightly that often she had to dive under the water to cool her burning face. In a small cove, she found a whole school of mortal children paddling about in the water naked. She wanted to play with them, but they took fright and ran away. Then along came a little black animal. It was a dog, but she had never seen a dog before. It barked at her so ferociously that she took fright herself and fled to the open sea. But never could she forget the splendid woods, the green hills, and the nice children who could swim in the water, although they didn't wear fishtails. The fourth sister was not so adventuresome. She stayed far out among the rough waves, which she said was a marvelous place. You could see all around you for miles and miles, and the heavens up above you will like a vast dome of glass. She had seen ships. They were so far away that they looked like seagulls. Playful dolphins had turned somersaults, and monstrous whales had smelted water through their nostrils, so that it looked as if hundreds of fountains were playing all around them. Now the fifth sister had her turn. Her birthday came in the winter time, so she saw things that none of the others had seen. The sea was a deep green color, and enormous icebergs drifted about. One glistened like a pearl, that they were more lofty than any church steeple built by man. They assumed the most fantastic shapes and sparkled like diamonds. She had seated herself on the largest one, and all the hangs, sailing by, sped away as soon as the frightened sailors saw her, there, with her long hair blowing in the wind. In the late evening, clouds filled the sky, thunder cracked, and lightning darted across the heavens. Black waves lifted those great bergs of ice on high, where they flashed with the lightning struck. On all the ships the sails were reefed. There was fear and trembling, but quietly she sat there on her drifting iceberg and watch the fourth lightning strike the sea. Each of the sisters took delight in the lovely new sights when she first rose up to the surface of the sea. But when they became grown-up girls who were allowed to go wherever they liked, they became indifferent to it. They would become homesick, and in a month, they said there was no place like the bottom of the sea where they felt so completely at home. On many an evening, the older sisters would rise to the surface, arm in arm, all 5 in a row. They had beautiful voices, more charming than any of those mortal beings. Storm was brewing, and they anticipated shipwreck. They would swim before the ship and sing most seductively of how beautiful it was at the bottom of the ocean, trying to overcome the prejudice that the sailors had against coming down to them. But people could not understand their song and mistook it for the voice of the storm, nor was it for them to see the glories of the deep. When their ship went down, they were drowned, and it was as dead men that they reached the Sea King's palace. On the evenings, when the mermaids rose through the water, like this arm in arm, their youngest sister stayed behind, all alone, looking after them, wanting to weep. But a mermaid has no tears, and therefore she suffers so much more. "Oh, how I do wish I were 15, she said. "I know I shall love that world up there, and all the people who live in it." And at last, she too came to 15. "Now I'll have you off my hands," said her grandmother. "Come, let me adorn you like your sisters." In the little Main's hair, she put a wreath of white lilies. At all, it was formed from the half of a pearl, and the old queen let 8 big oysters fasten themselves to the princess's tail as a sign of her high rank. "But that hurts," said the little mermaid. "You must put up with a good deal to keep up appearances," her grandmother told her. Oh, how gladly she would have shaken off all of these decorations and laid aside the cumbersome wreath. The red flowers in her garden were much more becoming to her. She didn't dare to make any changes. "Goodbye," she said. Up she went through the water as lights and sparkling as a sun had just gone down when her head rose above the surface, but the clouds still shone like gold and roses, and in the delicately tinted sky sparkled the clear clean of an evening star. The air was mild and fresh, and the sea unruffled. A great three-master lay in view with only one of its sails set, for there was not even the whisper of a breeze. The sailors idled about in the rigging and on the arms. That was music and singing on the ship, and as night came on, they lighted hundreds of such brightly colored lanterns that one might have thought the flags of all nations were swinging in the air. The little mermaid swam right up to the window of the main cabin, and each time she rose with the swell, she could peep in through the clear glass panes the crowd of brilliantly dressed people within. The handsomest of them all was a young prince with big, dark eyes. He could not be more than 16 years old. It was his birthday, and that was the reason for all the celebration. Up on deck, the sailors were dancing, and when the prince appeared among them, 100 or more rockets flew through the air, making it as bright as day. Bees startled the little mermaids so badly, ducked under the water, but she soon peeped up again, and then it seemed as if all the stars in the sky falling around her. Ever had she seen such fireworks? Great suns spun around. Splendid firefish floated through blue air, and all of these things were mirrored in the crystal clear sea. It was so brilliantly bright. See every little rope of the ship. Oh, how handsome the young prince was. You off. And he smiled and shook people by the hand, while the music rang out in the perfect evening. It got very late, but the little mermaid could not take her eyes off of the ship and the handsome prince. The brightly colored lanterns were put out. No more rockets flew through the air. No more. Cannon boomed. There was a matter, and rumble deep down in the sea, and the swell kept bouncing her up so high that she could look into the cabin. Now the ship began to sail. Canvas after canvas was spread in the wind. The waves rose high, great clouds gathered. Lightning flashed in the distance. They were in very terrible storm, and the mariners made haste to reef the sails. The tall ship pitched and rolled as it sped through the angry sea. The waves rose up like towering black mountains, as if they would break over the mast head. But the swan-like ship plunged into the valleys between such waves and emerged to ride their lofty heights. To the little mermaid, this seemed like good sport, but to the sailors, it was nothing of the sort. The ship creaked and labored thick. Timbers gave way under heavy blows. Waves broke over the ship. The main mast snapped into like a reed. The ship listed over on its side, and water burst into the... Now the little mermaid saw that people were in peril, and that she herself must take care to avoid the beams and the wreckage tossed about by the sea. One moment it would be black as Bahar, and she couldn't see a thing. Next moment, the lightning would flash so brightly, wish every soul on board. Everyone was looking out for himself as best he could. She watched closely for the young prince. When the ship split in two, she saw him sink down in the sea. At first she was overjoyed that he would be with her. But then she recalled that human people could not live under the water, and he could only visit her father's palace as a dead man. No, he should not die. So she swam in among all the floating planks and beams, completely forgetting that they might crush her. He dived through the waves and rode their crests until at length she reached the young prince. He was no longer able to swim in that raging sea. His arms and legs were exhausted. His beautiful eyes were closing, would have died if the little mermaid had not come to help him. She held his head above water and let the waves take them wherever the waves went. At daybreak, when the storm was over, not a trace of the ship was in view. The sun rose out of the waters, red and brighten. Its beams seemed to bring the glow of life back to the cheeks of the prince. His eyes remained closed. The mermaid kissed his high and shapely forehead. She stroked his wet hair, and place it seemed to her that he looked just like that marble statue in her little garden. She kissed him again. She saw dry land rise before her in high blue mountains topped with snow is glistening with toyas. If a flock of swans were resting there, down by the shore were splendid green woods, and in the foreground stood a church or perhaps a convent. She didn't know which, but anyway, it was a building. Orange and lemon trees grew in its garden, and tall palm trees grew besides the gateway. Near the sea formed a little harbor, quite calm, very deep. Fine white sand had been washed up below the cliffs. She swam there with the handsome prince and stretched him out on the sand, taking special care to pillow his head. Up high in sunlight, the bells began to ring in the great white building, and a number of young girls came out into the garden. The little mermaid swam away behind some tall rocks that stuck out of the water. She covered her hair and her shoulders with foam so that no one could see her tiny face. And then she watched to see who would find the paw prints. In a little while, one of the girls came upon him. She seemed frightened, but only for a minute, and then she called for more people. The mermaid watched the prince regain consciousness and smile at everyone around him, but he did not smile at her, for he did not even know that she had saved him. He felt very unhappy, and when they led him away to the big building, she died sadly down into the water and returned to her father's palace. She had always been quiet and wistful, and now she became much more so. Her sisters asked her what she had seen on her first visit up to the surface. Machine would not tell them the thing. Many evenings and many mornings she revisited the spot where she had left the prince. She saw the fruit in the garden ripened and harvested, and she saw the snow on the high mountain melted away. But she did not see the prince, so each time she came home sadder than she had left. It was her one consolation to sit in her little garden, throw her arms about the beautiful marble statue that looked so much like the prince. But she took no care of her flowers now. They overgrew the paths until the place was a wilderness, and their long stalks and leaves became so entangled in the branches of the tree that it cast a gloomy shade. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer. She told her secret to one of her sisters. Immediately, all the other sisters heard about it. No one else knew, except a few more mermaids who told no one except their most intimate friend. One of these friends knew who the prince was. She too had seen the birthday celebration on the ship. She knew where he came from and where his kingdom was. "Come, little sister," said the other. Princesses, arm in armly, rose from the water in a long row right in front of where they knew the princess' palace stood. It was built of pale, glistening golden stone with great marble staircases, one of which led down to the sea. Magnificent gilt stones rose above the roof and between the pillars all around the building, but marble statues that looked through the clear glass of the lofty windows. One could see into the splendid halls with their costly silk hangings and tapestries, walls covered with paintings that were delightful to behold. In the center of the main hall, large fountain played its columns of spray up to the glass-domed roof, through which the sun shone down on the water and upon the lovely plants that grew in the big basin. Now that she knew where he lived, many an evening and many a night she spent there in the sea. She swam much closer to shore than any of her sisters. With Dev and Sharon, she even went up a narrow stream under the splendid marble balcony that cast its long shadow in the water. Here she used to sit and watch the young prince when he thought himself quite alone in the bright moon. On many evenings, she saw him sail out in his fine boat, with music playing and flags aflutter. She would peep out through the green rushes, and if the wind blew her long silver veil, anyone who saw it missed a curve for a swan. On many nights, she saw the fishermen come out to the sea with their torches, heard them tell about how kind the young prince was. This made her proud to think that it was she who had saved his life. when he was buffeted about, half dead among the waves, she thought of how softly his head had rested on her breast, how tenderly she had kissed him, though he knew nothing of all of this, and what could he even dream of it? Increasingly, she grew to like human beings. More and more, she longed to live among them. Their world seemed so much wider than her own. They could skim over the sea and ships and mount up into the lofty peaks high over the clouds. Their lands stretched out in woods and fields farther than the eye could see. That was so much that she wanted to know. Her sisters could not answer all her questions, so she asked her old grandmother, who knew about the upper world, which was what she said was the right name for the countries. See, if men aren't drowned, the Little Mermaid asked, do they live on forever? Don't they die as we do, down here in the sea? Yes, the old lady said. They too must die, and their lifetimes are even shorter than ours. We can live to be 300 years old. When we perish, we turn into mere foam on the sea, and haven't even a grave down here among our dear ones. We have no immortal soul, no life hereafter. We are like the green seaweed. Once cut down, it never grows again. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever, long after their bodies have turned to clay. It rises through thin air, just as we rise through the water to see the lands on earth. So men rise up to beautiful place is unknown, which we shall never see. Why weren't we given an immortal soul? Little Mermaid sadly asked. I would gladly give up 300 years if I could be a human being only for a day and later share in that heavenly realm. You must not think about that, said the old lady. Be fair much more happily, and are much better off than the folk up there. Then I must also die and float as foam upon the sea, not hearing the music of the waves and seeing neither the beautiful flowers nor the red sun. Can't I do anything at all to win an immortal soul? No, her grandmother answered, not unless a human being loved you so much that you meant more to him than his father and mother, if his every thought in his whole heart, so that he would let a priest join his right hand to yours and would promise to be faithful here and throughout all eternity. Then his soul would dwell in your body, and you would share in the happiness of mankind. He would give you a soul and yet keep his own, but that can never come to pass. The very thing that is your greatest beauty here in the sea, your fishtail, be considered ugly on land. They have such a taste that to be thought beautiful, there you have to have two awkward props, which they call legs. The Little Mermaid sighed and looked unhappily. Come, let us be gay. the old lady said. Let us leap and bound throughout the 300 years that we have to live. Surely that is time and despair, and afterwards we shall be glad enough to rest in our graves. We are holding a court ball this evening. This was a much more glorious affair than is ever to be seen on earth. The walls and the ceiling of the great ballroom were made of massive but transparent glass. Many hundreds of huge rose red and grass green shells stood on each side in rows, with the blue flames that burned in each shell, illuminating the whole Roman shining through the walls so clearly, was quite bright in the sea outside. You could see the countless fish were swimming towards the glass walls. On some of them, the scales gleamed purplish red, while others were silver and gold. Across the floor of the hall ran a wide stream of water, and upon this the mermaids and the mermen danced to their entrancing songs. Such beautiful voices are not to be heard among the people who live on land. The little mermaid sang more sweetly than anyone else, than everyone important. For a moment, her heart was happy because she knew that she had the loveliest voice of all in the sea or on the land. But her thoughts soon strayed to the world up above, nor her sorrow that she did not have an immortal soul like his. Therefore, she stole out of her father's palace, and while everything there was song and gladness, she sat sadly in her own little garden. Then she heard a bugle call through the water, and she thought, that must mean he is sailing up there, he whom I love more than my father or mother, he of whom I am always thinking, and in whose hands I would so willingly trust my lifelong happiness. I dare do anything to win him and to gain a mortal soul, while my sisters are dancing here in my father's palace. I shall visit the sea witch, of whom I have always been so afraid. She will advise me and help me. The little mermaid set out from her garden towards the whirlpools that raged in front of the witch's dwelling. She had never gone that way before. No flowers grew there or any seaweed. Bare and gray, the sands extended to the wall of the walls, where like roaring mill wheels the waters whirled and snatched everything within their reach down to the bottom of the sea. Between these tumultuous whirlpools, she had to thread her way to reach the witch's waters, and then for a long stretch the only trail lay through a hot, seething mire, which the witch called her peat marsh. Beyond it lay her house, the middle of a weird forest. All the trees and the shrubs were the polyps, half animal, half plant. They looked like 100-headed snakes growing out of the soil. All their branches were long, slimy arms with fingers like wriggling worms. They squirmed, joint like joint from their roots to their outermost tentacles. Whatever they could lay hold of, they twined around, and they never let go. The little mermaid was terrified and stopped at the edge of the forest. Her heart bumped with fear, and she nearly turned back. But then she remembered Prince and the souls that men have, and she summoned her courage. She bound her long, flowing locks closely about her head so the polyps could not catch hold of them, folded her arms across her breast, darted through the water like a fish, in among the slimy polyps that stretched out their writhing arms and fingers to seize her. She saw that every one of them held something that it had caught with its hundreds of little tentacles, and to which it clung as with strong hoops of steel, the white bones of men who had perished at sea and sunk to these depths could be seen in the polypsy's arms, ships, rudders, seamen's, chests, skeletons of land animals who had fallen into their clutches. But the most ghastly sight of all was a little mermaid whom they had caught and strangled. She reached a large, muddy clearing in the forest. By a big, fat water snake slithered about, showing their foul yellowish bellies. In the middle of this clearing was a house built of the bones of shipwrecked men, and there sat the sea witch, letting a toad eat of her mouth, just as we might feed sugar to a little canary bird. She called the ugly fat water snakes her little chickabiddies, and let them crawl and sprawl about on her spongy bosom. "I know exactly what you want," said the sea witch. "Is very foolish of you, but it's the same. You shall have your way, for it will bring you to grief, my proud princess. You want to get rid of your fishtail and have two props instead, so that you can walk about like a. You have the young prince fall in love with you, win him and an immortal soul besides." At this, the witch gave such a loud pah that the toad and the snakes were shaken to the ground, where they lay, writhing. "You are just in time," said the witch. "After the sun comes up tomorrow, a whole year, you have to go by before I could be of any help to you. A draft. And before sunrise, you must swim, not with it. Seat yourself on dry land and drink the draft down, and your tail will divide and shrink until it becomes what the people on earth call the pair of shapely legs will hurt. It will feel as if a sharp sword slash. Everyone who sees you will say that you are the most graceful human being that they have ever laid eyes on. We will keep your gliding movement, and no dancer will be able to tread as lightly as you, but every step you take will feel as if you were treading upon knife blades, so sharp that blood must flow. I am willing to help you. But are you willing to suffer?" "Yes," the little mermaid replied in a trembling voice. She thought of the prince and gaining a human soul "Remember," said the witch, "once you have taken a human form, you can never be a mermaid again. You can never come back through the waters to your sisters or to your father's palace if you do not win the love of the prince so completely that for your sake he forgets his father and mother, cleaves to you with his every thought, his whole heart, and lets the priest join your hands in marriage, then you will win. No immortal soul, he buries someone else. Your heart will break on the very next morning, and you will become foam of the sea." "Risk," said the little mermaid, but she turned as pale as death. "Also, you will have to pay me," said the witch, "and it is no trifling price that I'm asking. You have the sweetest voice of anyone down here at the bottom, and while I don't doubt that you would like to captivate the prince with it, you must give this voice to me. I will take the very best thing that you have in return for my sovereign draft. I must pour my own blood into it to make the drink as sharp as a two-edged sword. But if you take my voice," said the little mermaid, "what will be left of me? Your lovely form," the witch told her, "your gliding movements, your eloquent eyes. With these, you can easily enchant a human heart. Well, you lost your courage. Pick out your little tongue, and I shall cut it off. I'll have my price, and you shall have the potent draught." "Go ahead," said the little mermaid. The witch hung her cauldron over the flames to brew the draught. "Cleanliness is a good thing," she said as she tied her snakes in a knot and scoured out the pot with them. She pricked herself in the chest and let her black blood splash into the cauldron. Steam swelled up from it in such ghastly shapes that anyone would have been terrified by them. The witch constantly threw in new ingredients into the cauldron, and it started to boil with a sound like that of a crocodile shedding tears. When the draught was ready, at last it looked as clear as the purest water. "There's your draught," said the witch, and she cut off the tongue of the little mermaid, who now was dumb and could neither sing nor talk. "If the polyps should pounce on you and you walk back through my wood," the witch said, "just spill a drop of this brew upon them, and their tentacles will break into 1,000 pieces." There was no need for that. The polyps curled up in terror as soon as they saw the bright draught. It glittered in the little mermaid's hands as if it were a shining star. So she soon traversed the forest, the marsh, and the place of raging whirlpools. See her father's palace. The lights had been snuffed out in the great ballroom. Doubtless, everyone in the palace was asleep. She dared not go near them, now that she was stricken dumb and was leaving her home forever. Her heart felt as if it would break with grief. She tiptoed into the garden, took one flower, of her sister's little plots, blew 1,000 kisses towards the palace, and then mounted up through the dark blue sea. The sun had not yet risen when she saw the prince's palace as she climbed his splendid marble staircase. The moon was shining clear. The little mermaid swallowed the bitter. The fiery dropped. It was as if a two-edged sword struck frail body. She swooned away and lay there as if she were dead. When the sun rose over the sea, she awoke and felt a flash of pain. But directly in front of her stood the handsome young prince, gazing at her with his coal-black eyes. Lowering her gaze, she saw her fishtail was gone, and she had the loveliest pair of white legs that any young maid could hope to have. She was naked, so she clothed herself in her own long hair. Prince asked who she was, how she came to be there. Her deep blue eyes looked at him tenderly, but very sadly, for she could not speak. He took her hand and led her into his palace. Every footstep felt as if she were walking on the blades and the points of sharp knives. She gladly enjoyed it. She moved as lightly as a bubble as she walked beside the prince. He and all who saw her marveled at the grace of her gliding walk. Once clad in the rich silken muslin garments that were provided for her, she was the loveliest person in all the palace, though she was dumb and could neither sing nor speak. Beautiful slaves attired in silk and cloth of gold came to sing before the prince, and one of them sang more sweetly than all of the others. And when the prince smiled at her and clapped his hands, the little mermaid felt very unhappy, for she knew that she herself could sing more sweetly. She thought, if only he knew, but I parted with my voice forever, so I could be near him. Graceful slaves began to dance to the most wonderful music, and the little mermaid lifted her shapely white arms. She rose up on the tips of her toes and skimmed over the floor. No one had ever danced so well. Movement set off her beauty to a better and better advantage. Her eyes spoke more directly to the heart than any of the singers could do. She charmed everyone, and especially the prince, who called her his dear little foundling. She danced time and time again, and though every time she touched the floor, she felt as if she were treading on a sharp-edged steel. The prince said he would keep her with him always, that she was happy velvet pillow to sleep on outside his door. He had a page's suit made for her, so she could go with him on horseback. They would ride through the sweet, scented woods where the green boughs brushed her shoulders. She climbed up high mountains with the prince, and though her tender feet bled so that all could see it, she only laughed and followed him on until they could see clouds driving far below, flock of birds in flight to a distant land. At home, in the prince's palace, while the others slept at night. She would go down the broad marble steps to cool her burning feet. The cold sea water. She would recall those who lived beneath the sea. One night, her sisters came by, arm in arms, singing sadly as they breasted the waves. When she held out her hands towards them, they knew who she was and told her how unhappy she had made them all. They came to see her every night after that, and once, far, far out to sea, she saw her old grandmother, who had not been up to the surface this many a year. With her was the Sea King, with his crown upon his head. They stretched out their hands to her, but they did not venture so near to the land. It was her sister's head. Day after day, she became more dear to the prince, who loved her as one would love a good little child. But he never thought of making her his queen. Yet she had to be his wife, never have a soul. And on the morning after his wedding, she would turn into foam on the waves. Don't you love me best of all? The little mermaid's eyes seemed to question him, took her in his arms, and kissed her lovely forehead. Yes, you are most dear to me, said the prince, for you have the kindest heart. You love me more than anyone else does, and you look so much like a young girl that I once saw, but I was on a ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near a holy temple where many young girls performed the rituals. The youngest of them found me beside the sea and saved my life, though I saw her no more than twice. She is the only person in all the world whom I could love, but you are so much like her that you almost replace the memory of her in my heart. She belongs to that holy temple. Therefore, it's my good fortune that I have you, or we shall never part. Alas, he'd know it was I who saved his life. The little man. I carried him over the sea to the garden, where the temple stands. I hid behind the foam, watched to see if anyone would come. I saw the pretty maid that he loves better than me. Sigh was the only sign of her deep distress, for a mermaid cannot cry. He says that the other maid belongs to the holy temple. She will never come out into the world, so they will never see each other again. It is I who will care for him, love him, and give all of my life to him. Now rumors arose that the prince was to wed the beautiful daughter of a neighboring king, and that it was for this reason he was having such a superb ship made, ready to sail. The rumor ran that the prince's real interest in visiting this neighboring kingdom was to see the king's daughter, and that he was to travel with a lordly retinue. The little mermaid shook her head and smiled for her. She knew the princess' thoughts better than anyone else did. I'm forced to make this journey, he'd hold her. I must visit the beautiful princess, for that is my parents' wish, but they would not have me bring her home as my bride against my own will. I could never love her. She does not resemble the maiden in the temple as you do. And if I were to choose a bride, I would sooner choose you, my dear mute foundling, with those telling eyes of yours." And he kissed her on the mouth, fingered her long hair, and laid his head against her heart, so that she came to dream of mortal happiness and an immortal soul. "I trust you aren't afraid of the sea, my silent child," he said. As they boarded the magnificent vessel, it was to carry them to the land of the neighboring king. He told her stories of storms, ships becalmed, of strange, deep-sea fish, of the wonders that the divers have seen, smiled at such stories, for no one knew about the bottom of the sea as well as she did. Clear moonlight, when everyone except the man at the helm was asleep. She sat on the side of the ship, gazing down. Through the transparent water, she fancied that she could catch glimpses of her father's palace. On the topmost tower stood her old grandmother, wearing her silver crown and looking up but the keel of the ship. The Mas, our sisters, rose to the surface, looked at her sadly, and wrung their white hands. She smiled and waved, trying to let them know that all went well, and she was happy. But along came the cabin boy, and her sisters dived out of sight so quickly that the boy supposed the flash of light was just foam on the sea. The next morning, the ship came into harbor of the neighboring king's glorious city, or the church bells chimed, and trumpets were sounded from all the high towers, while soldiers lined up with flying banners and glittering bayonets. Every day had a new festivity, as one ball followed another. But the princess was still to appear. They said she was being brought up in some far-away secret temple where she was learning every royal virtue. She came at last. The little mermaid was curious to see how beautiful this princess was, and she had to grant that a more exquisite figure she had never seen. The princess's skin was clear and fair, and behind long dark lashes, blue eyes were smiling and devoted. "It was you," the prince cried. "You were the one who saved me when I lay like a dead man beside the sea." Clasp the blushing bride of his choice in his arms. "Oh, I am happier that a man should be he," told his little mermaid. "My fondish dream, that which I never dared to hope, has come true. You will share in my great joy. But you love me more than anyone does." The little mermaid kissed his hand and felt her heart was beginning to break. For the morning after his wedding day, see her dead, and turn to watery firm. All the church bells rang out. Heralds rode through the streets to announce the wedding. Upon every altar, sweet-scented oils were burned in costly silver lamps. Priests swung their censers. The bride and the bridegroom joined their hands, and the bishop blessed their marriage. The little mermaid, clothed in silk and cloth of gold held the bright strain. She was deaf to the wedding march and blind to the holy ritual. Her thought turned on her last night, upon earth, on all that she had lost in this world. That same evening, the bride and bridegroom went aboard the ship. Cannon thundered and banners waved. On the deck of the ship, a royal pavilion of purple and gold was. Luxurious cushions. Here the weighted couple would sleep on that calm, clear night. The sails swelled in the breeze, and ship glided so lightly that it scarcely seemed to move over a quiet sea. The little mermaid could not forget the first time that she rose from the depths of the sea and looked on at such pomp and happiness. Light is a swallow pursued by his enemies. She joined in a whirling dance. Everyone cheered her, for never had she danced so wonderfully. Her 10 defeat felt as if they were pierced by daggers. She did not feel it. Her heart suffered far greater pain. She knew that this was the last evening that she would ever see him, for whom she had forsaken her home, for whom she had sacrificed her lovely voice, and suffered such constant torment, while he knew nothing of these things. It was the last night that she would breathe the same air with him, or look upon deep waters, or the star fields of the blue sky. A never-ending night without thought, without dreams, awaited her, who had no soul, and could not get one. The merry-making lasted long after midnight. She laughed and danced on despite the thought of death she carried in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride, and she toyed with his coal-black hair. Hand in hand, they went to rest in the magnificent pavilion. A hush came over the ship. Only the helmsman remained on deck. The little mermaid leaned on her white arms and looked to the east to see the first red hint of daybreak. But she knew that the first flash of the sun would strike her dead. Then she saw her sister's riser among the waves, for as pale as she, and there was no sign of their lovely long hair the breezes used to blow. It had all been cut off. We have given our hair to the witch, they said, so that she would send you help and save you from death tonight. He gave us a knife. Here it is. See the sharp, sharp before the sun rises. You must strike it into the prince's heart, and when his warm blood bathes your feet, they all grow together and become a fishtail. Then you will be a mermaid again, able to come back to us in the sea. Live out your 300 years before you die, and turn to dead salt sea foam. Haste, before you must die before sunrise. Our old grandmother is so grief-stricken. Her white hair is falling fast, just as asked it under the witches. Scissors, kill the prince and come back to us. Hurry, see the red glow in the heavens in a few minutes. The sun will rise, and you must die. They gave a strange, deep sigh and sank beneath the way. The little mermaid parted the purple curtains of the tent and saw the beautiful bride asleep with her head on the prince's breast. The mermaid bent down and kissed his shapely forehead. She looked at the sky, fast reddening for the break of day. She looked sharp knife and again turned her eyes towards the prince, who in his sleep moment, the name of his bride, his thoughts were all for her, and the knife blade trembled, and she flung it from her, far out over the waves. Where it fell, the waves were red, as if bubbles of blood seethed in the water. With eyes already glazing, she looked once more at the prince, held herself over the side of the ship into the sea, to her body dissolve in foam. The sun rose up from the waters. Its beams fell warm and kindly upon the chill sea foam. The little mermaid did not feel the hand of death. Bright sunlight overhead she saw hundreds of fair ethereal beings. They were so transparent that through them she could see the ship's white sails and the red clouds in the sky. Their voices were sheer music. It's so spirit-like that no human ear could detect the sound, just as no eye on earth could see their forms. Without wings, they floated as light as the air itself. The little mermaid, she was gradually rising. Who are you? Towards whom I write, she asked, and her voice sounded like those above her, so spiritual that no music on earth could match it. We are the daughters of the air, they answered. A mermaid has no immortal soul, can never get one unless she wins the love of a human being. Her eternal life must depend on a power outside herself. The daughters of the air do not have an immortal soul either. They can earn one by their good deeds, flying to the south, where the hot, poisonous air kills human beings. Unless we bring cool breezes, we carry the scent of flowers through the air, bringing freshness and a healing balm wherever we go. When for 300 years we have tried to do all the good we can, we are given an immortal soul that we share in mankind's eternal bliss. You poor little mermaid have tried with your whole heart to do this too. Your suffering and your loyalty have raised you up into the realm of airy spirits, and now in the course of 300 years, you may earn by all good deeds a soul that will never die. The little mermaid lifted her clear, bright eyes towards God's sun, and for the first time her eyes were wet. On board the ship, all was astir in. Lively again, she saw the prince and his fair bride in search of her. They gazed sadly into the seething foam, as if they knew that she had held herself into the waves. Unseen by them, she kissed the bride's forehead, smiled upon the prince, and rose up with the other daughters of the air to the rose-red clouds that sailed on high. This is the way that we shall rise to, the kingdom of God. After 300 years have passed, we may get there even sooner. One spirit whispered. Unseen, we fly into the homes of men for their children and for every day in which we find a good child who pleases his parents and deserves their love. God shortens our days of trial. The child does not know me. Flight through the room, smile at him, an approval. 1 year is taken from our 300. But if we see a naughty, mischievous child, we must share tears of sorrow, and each tear adds a day to the time of our trial. The end, foreign, 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 cool. And now, dear listener, our long journey through these fairy tales slowly comes to an end. The rain still falls softly outside. The fire burns low, and the stories grow quiet once more. The forests fade into darkness. The castles fall silent, and the last echoes of distant voices drift gently away. Perhaps by now, your thoughts have softened, your breathing has slowed, and sleep is already beginning to find you. So there is nothing more you need to do. No roads left to follow. No pages left to turn. Only rest. Quiet. Gentle. Peaceful rest. And if you are still awake, simply remain here a little longer, wrapped safely inside the calm warmth of these stories. Soon, the night itself will carry you the rest of the way, and I will be here again very soon with another quiet tale from the Sleepy Story. Until then, good night and sleep well.